Welcome everyone to the closed session portion of the city council meeting. I'm calling this meeting to order. The time is now 5:30 p.m. Madam Clerk, can you please take roll?
Councilmember Gama,
Here.
Councilmember Hernandez.
Here.
Councilmember McQueen Lejeune.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Perez.
Here.
And Mayor Martinez.
Present. We will now hear public comments. Soon participants, please use the raise your hand feature if you'd like to comment. You will have 3 minutes to provide comments. Madam Clerk, does anyone have a public comment tonight?
No public comments for closed session.
Mr. City Attorney, can you please read the closed session items into the record?
Absolutely, Mayor Martinez. There is one item of business on closed session for tonight. It's conference with real property negotiators pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.8. The property in question is 100 Panoma Street, bearing APN listed in the agenda. The agency negotiators are listed in the agenda, and under negotiation is price and terms of payment.
Do any council members have any conflicts other than myself to disclose for the listed closed session agenda item? Okay. I live like right across from the property, so I'm gonna recuse myself from closed session. I'm gonna wish you all good luck. Council will recess to closed session. The time is now 5:31 p.m. We'll be back at 6:30. Welcome everyone to the regular city council meeting. I'm calling this meeting to order. The time is now 6:33 p.m. Can everyone please stand and join us for the flag salute? Ready? Begin. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Madam Clerk, can you please take roll?
Councilmember Gama,
Here.
Councilmember Hernandez,
Here.
Councilmember McQueen Lejeune,
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Perez,
Here.
and Mayor Martinez.
Present. Thank you, Georgiana. Tonight's inspiration is going to be given by myself. I'm going to keep it nice and short because I think we're going to have a long meeting tonight. But I just want to mention that one of my goals coming into this position as the representative of the city was to improve relationships all around. And I think we've gone a long way with the Port of Hueneme. I really feel like we're friends now. Our relationship and our partnership has increased a lot. And even just recently on our DC trip, when we went out, we were able to learn a lot about each other and understand each other a little bit better. And that helped us a lot. And the Banana Festival was just this weekend, and it was a really wonderful event. I saw the council out and a lot of community support, and it's something that they do for our community, and it's something to be thankful for. So for our inspiration is just continuing partnerships, even whether it's neighbors or family members or friends, like continue to build friendships and bonds with one another, because at the end of the day, that's all there is people here in this world. We have to work with people. Closed session report, Mr. City Attorney, can you please provide the closed session report?
Thank you, Mayor Martinez. There was no reportable action taken in closed session tonight.
Okay, we will now hear public comments not pertaining to any items on the agenda. So participants, can you please raise the hand, use the raise your hand feature if you'd like to comment. Comments are limited to 3 minutes. This process will be the same for comments pertaining to each agenda item. Madam Clerk, do we have any public comment tonight?
We have a public comment for Timothy.
Good evening, Mayor Martinez, Mayor Pro Tem, council members, City Manager Vega, city staff. It's nice to see everyone. I'd like to thank the city manager and the city council for the much needed improvement to the library's parking lot that's already underway. We've had a few positive comments from the community already, and we're looking forward to continuing to serve the community, especially during the upcoming election season. To recap the summer reading program at the library, which ended on August 4th, we had 980 people attend 30 programs over the course of 8 weeks. These programs were sponsored by our friends at the library, who will be hosting their annual high tea on Sunday, October 15th. It's the largest fundraiser for the library throughout the course of the year. We're looking forward to seeing some of you in attendance there. And to recap some of the upcoming programs that the library is going to be offering, we'll be providing a first-time homebuyers program in partnership with the Ventura County Community Development Corporation on Saturday, October 14th from 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. Advance registration is required. The library will also be hosting a children's Halloween carnival on October 31st, beginning at 10:30 a.m. That's all I have for you tonight. Thank you in advance for your time, your service, and your commitment to providing the city of Hueneme with a world-class library. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tim Frugal. That's the best librarian in all of California, everyone. Moving on to agenda approval for city council meeting. May I have a motion and a second to approve the agenda?
Move to approve. Second.
Madam Clerk, can you please take a vote?
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Hearing none, motion passes unanimously.
A conflict of interest declaration. Do any members of council have any conflicts of interest to disclose for any one item? I guess I'll mention for the item number 13, one of the recommendations, there's 3 parts. One of those is regarding my state travel and pay and the reimbursement for substitute teacher costs. So I'm going to recuse myself for that one particular recommendation on item number 13 on the agenda. Okay. We will now recess the city council regular meeting and call to order the housing authority regular meeting. I know it's kind of strange we do it this way, but the time is now 6:39 p.m. And we will now take roll call for the Port Hueneme Housing Authority meeting. Madam Clerk, can you please take roll?
Member Brown?
Here.
Member Gama?
Here.
Member Hernandez?
Here.
Member McQueen Lejean?
Here.
Vice Chair Perez?
Here.
And Chair Martinez?
Present.
Let the record reflect that Member Blackwell is absent.
We will now hear public comments pertaining to items not on the housing, pertaining to not the housing authority agenda, just regular ones. Zoom participants, please use the raise your hand feature should you wish to comment. Madam Clerk, are there any public comments?
No public comments.
Okay, we will now consider items on the housing authority consent calendar, which will be enacted in one motion unless authority members have a request to remove an item for discussion. May I have a motion and a second to approve the consent calendar?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, Madam Clerk, can you please take vote?
All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Hearing none, motion passes unanimously.
All right, so we do have one housing authority business item. It's item number 3, HUD action plan for late submission financial statements. Will staff please present the report?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I have just a brief staff report. The item on the agenda is the HUD action plan for late submission of financial statements. In short, the city's housing authority recently received a letter from the Department of Housing and Urban Development earlier this month that stated that the housing authority had failed to submit its financial statements by the March 31st, 2023 deadline. The city had submitted our financial statements 5 days later than that on April 5th, 2023. We were informed that the HUD process is essentially simply pass or fail. You either submit by the deadline or you fail. And so the city's housing authority received a failed this year due to the 5-day delay in submittal. Upon receipt of the letter, we met with our housing and finance teams and city manager's team to review that process and review the letter and what occurred. And so we wanted to put this item on the agenda to explain that and then also explain our action plan that we are going to submit to HUD to correct the issue and to assure them that the item will be corrected this coming year. So in summary, the delay was caused by a couple of issues. First, the city's audit firm had staffing challenges, which led to delays in completion of the audit. This was not atypical last year, just like a lot of small businesses and other agencies. Our auditors, who are contractors, had staffing challenges due to turnover and COVID-related issues. So our audit process itself was a challenge this year, and there were delays in that process. That was one of the key primary causes. Second, the receipt of the American Rescue Plan Act funds caused additional audit requirements, and I've mentioned that before, that when cities received the ARPA funds, there was initially a celebration and then a moment of realizing all the additional work and requirements that came with those funds. And so there was a specific housing schedule that was required because housing and city both were required to file this schedule due to the receiving the ARPA funds. And that was an issue that our staff was unfamiliar with. It was something that hadn't occurred recently. It hadn't occurred with our current staffing. And so there was a delay in the process due to that issue as well. And as mentioned before, this led to the audit being submitted April 5th. It was completed a couple days prior to that, and actually on March 31st, but then it has to go through a process and it wasn't submitted until April 5th. So we took a look at this. We sort of were able to determine what happened and what occurred so that we could make a plan to not have it happen again. And so as part of the recovery plan or the action plan that we are submitting to HUD, we state the following, or we state some recommendations, including that some that we've already begun to implement. As an example, one of the recommendations was to select new auditors. We had a contract that would have allowed us to keep our prior auditors an additional term. We declined that, and we have selected new auditors. As we selected those auditors, we also required a commitment that they would complete items on certain dates in advance of the deadlines to avoid another situation where we get items on the day it's due. And then to ensure that we remain on track to correct the issue, we're also committing to provide a report back to the Housing Board in advance in December to commit, to show that we are meeting the requirements and that we are working in advance of the deadlines. And so that is also included in the action plan. And we've already scheduled work to begin with the auditors next week on October 9th to try to get ahead of the timelines. And so the complete list of actions that we are taking are in the letter that's included as an attachment. With that, staff is recommending that the Housing Board approve the action plan, at which time I will sign the letter and submit it to HUD, confirming that we will implement those actions. So that, with that, I will turn it back over to you, Chair.
May I ask a question?
Yeah, well, this is the time. Does anyone have any questions? Anyone on council?
So will the audit firm come back to us, or is that already done?
The prior audit firm or
No, the new audit?
the new audit firm? So I believe the new audit firm was already approved by council, but I'm going to look to Lupe because I think it might have been right before I arrived, but I believe the new contract's already been approved by council.
Yes, good evening. The new audit firm was approved by council. We did an RFP and went through the selection process. And we selected a firm that has a lot of experience with smaller cities, such as Port Hueneme. They've already come and done a lot of the preliminary work. So they've already tested a lot of the internal controls. And now they're coming back next week to do the field work, the last of the field work. And they will be coming back as the other audit firm came to present the audited financials. And we're looking at having those completed even for the city sooner than the last time. So they will be coming back probably sometime in January to present the financials to council.
Just don't see.
Oh, okay. We can add their name to the action plan. It's one of those long names, Lupe. Is it Moss, Hartman, and Levy?
Hans, Levy, and Hartzheim?
Yeah.
Yes.
So we could add that to the action plan, the names of the new auditors.
Did she say hard times?
Hartzheim?
It is hard times, but no, it's Hartzheim.
Hard time.
Member Brown, did you have a question? Okay.
Yeah, just one question, and it just came to me right now. Was there anything in the RFP or the contract that required the contracting firm to submit before 31 March?
So it wasn't specifically called out. And part of this is we knew there was a problem. Maybe this is a way to explain it. It's like we knew there was a problem. We knew that we weren't getting the data when we expected to get it, when we were asking for it. So we knew there was a problem back around, February, March, April. We finished out the audit, and then we had the option of either having the same auditors continue or coming back to council and saying we need new auditors. And so we sort of have done that. And so now it kind of, now it's 4 months later, 5 months later, or actually, I guess that's 7 months later, we get the HUD letter saying there was a problem back then. We've already taken steps to try to address it. We already knew there was a problem. And so our plan is trying to, our action plan is saying we've already taken these steps and and et cetera. But this issue, since we weren't aware of the specific deadline when we did the RFP for the new auditors, we didn't have a specific requirement related to this deadline in there. So it's going to be us working with them, and it's going to be incumbent on me, Lupe, Gabby, to our finance directors and housing directors to hold them accountable. And I think we're doing that. We've already had a couple of meetings after this letter saying this is why we were trying to be more proactive. And I think they're being responsive to that. So we're going to require that, but it's not specifically in the RFP.
Great. That would have been my next question about accountability. So,
Mhm.
Thank
Yeah.
you.
Thank you.
Vice Chair Perez?
Yes, was there a penalty for the fact that we failed?
It's not a penalty at this time. It's essentially don't let it happen again, and then we've committed to not let it happen again.
Okay, thank you.
Are there any public comments regarding this item?
There are no public comments.
Okay, the recommendation is to authorize staff to submit the attached letter action plan to the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development. May I have a motion and a second?
Move to submit the action plan after we approve it.
Second.
Okay. Is there any discussion that you'd like to take place? Okay, Madam Clerk, can we please take a vote?
All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Hearing none, motion passes with Blackwell absent.
Okay, authority member reports, comments, and requests for future agenda items. I'll start with Johnny Brown.
No, at this time, I have no comment right now, It's running like it always does
Okay,
inside.
that's good. All right, thank you. Is anyone else?
Just want to give thanks to Public Works. It's been 5 long years trying to get a sidewalk over there, and we finally got a sidewalk. And I think it's safety and it looks good. And I think the members of Mar Vista greatly appreciate it. So thank you, Public. Thank you, Council, for approving.
All right, so the Port Hueneme Housing Authority will adjourn to its next regular meeting scheduled for November 6, 2023 at 6:30 p.m. And the City Council meeting will now reconvene. The time is now 6:51 p.m. And we have a presentation, Anna Cappuccino 20th Anniversary Proclamation. And just so you know, I don't know if this has ever happened, but there was a fight between who was going to read the proclamation. I wanted to read it myself too, but I think we're going to let Councilmember Gama read it.
First of all, Mayor Martinez talked about relationships earlier and how inspirational relationships can be in the community. And the relationships down at Anna Cappuccino are so inspirational. It's a place where people gather every morning. I go there every morning. And my life would not be complete if I don't get my coffee at Anna Cappuccino. My boss says, we have free coffee here, Gama. I'm like, I know. But I got this relationship thing that's really positive, and I'm going to continue to build on that. So to my friends at Anna Cappuccino, whereas on October 3rd, 2003, Anna Cappuccino opened their doors in the city of Port Hueneme and has been serving the community for the past 20 years. And whereas Anna Cappuccino is a family-owned business by daughter, Jessica Lamb, and mother, partner, Lucille Lamore, which is located at 289 East Hueneme Road, Port Hueneme, California, 93041. And whereas Anna Cappuccino is open daily, serving breakfast and lunch, where you can enjoy delicious coffee, smoothies, sandwiches, oatmeal, pastries, salads, wraps, and more. And whereas Anna Cappuccino has become a true gem for the city of Port Hueneme and a local favorite. And whereas Mayor Martinez is going to finish.
All right, let's see where you left off.
3 up from the bottom.
Whereas Anna Cappuccino supports the small business community and provides a space where local artists and entrepreneurs can display their artwork, crafts, and items for purchase. And whereas Anna Cappuccino is delighted and dedicated to the community they serve and is deeply involved, supporting many events including Port Hueneme's monthly senior social, the City of Port Hueneme's health fair, the beach cleanup, the junior lifeguard program, and other events such as the first ever Hueneme Fun Run. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed that the City Council of the City of Port Hueneme does hereby recognize Anna Cappuccino for their contributions and dedicated service to the City of Port Hueneme over the past 20 years and join in the celebration of their 20th anniversary, offering congratulations and continued success in the future. Proclaim this second day of October 2023. And I would like to welcome you up to the front if you'd like to say some words, either Jessica or Brian or.
Yeah, Jessica's always stepped up when I asked her to support Wainimi High School and other things, and forgot to mention that, but thank you for that.
I want to thank everybody for this. I did not expect that, but thank you very much for everybody's support. And I'm not very good at public speaking here, only at the store. But thank you very much.
Thank you, Jessica. And then real quick, if you can hold, maybe just sit down for a bit because Rich Rollins wants to say a couple words.
Did you want to do a plug for don't you have an event coming up? Did you want to plug that?
October 15, I know the same day as the tea, which I can't make it, I'm sorry. We're going to have raffles, we're going to have a DJ, we're going to have live music, different things throughout the whole day from 8 to 5. So I hope everybody makes it. We'll have little treats and stuff like that. So it'll be fun. Thank you.
Planning to have coffee for breakfast and tea at lunch. Tea at noon, right? Sounds like a good day. Thank you.
So let's see how we're going to do this because I do want us to take a photo, but then I also hear that there's comments and then there's former Mayor Rich Rollins wants to say something too. So how about we start off with council and then we'll go with Rich Rollins and then we'll take the photo. So we'll start with Martha McQueen.
Yes, just want to congratulate you. Haven't spent much time at Anna Cappuccino, but I think we've had a couple of conversations over at the senior exercise and the after, having coffee and danishes and different things. Just really love the way that you show up for the community, and just thank you for that.
Yes, congratulations on your first 20 years. Maybe we'll see you in 20 more years. It's just been a pleasure knowing you and your family and watching your kids grow up. I think I just sent you a picture the other day of Isabella like 7 years ago. I think she was half the size she is right now. She's growing fast. So congratulations to everybody at Anna Cappuccino. I love you guys. I love your service, and I love to get my day going by stopping by at 536, getting a cup of coffee. Thank you.
Congratulations, Jessica, and to your family for 20 years in Port Hueneme. You know, one thing that the proclamation didn't include, it didn't mention the amount of contributions that you've made to the city of Port Hueneme. You're a member of the Friends of the Library. You're a member of the Sister City program. We hosted one of our meals at Anna Cappuccino. You did such a nice job hosting us and had the tables outside with the umbrellas. And you've helped us out with our coastal cleanups in the past, bringing coffee and pastries for the workers. You're always showing up for us, and I just want to say thank you on behalf of the community, and we hope that you enjoy another 20 years.
Yes, thank you, Jessica. You were a very important part of my personal life, as you recall, dating my husband when he'd get off shift and I was going to work. That's where we met for literally a year. Every single day, had breakfast right before he went to bed, and I did what I had to do. So you got to watch that first year of our relationship grow. So thank you for what you contribute to the community, and just for your personality. You're a great person, and we are a benefit to have you here.
Reading the proclamation and talking about how you've supported local artists and entrepreneurs, I can't stress enough how true that is, because I feel like I'm an entrepreneur and you've helped me out. And every time I look at the art, when I tell myself one of these days I want one of my art pieces over there for sale too. So one of these days it's gonna be up there. So just want to say thank you and congratulations for 20 years. And then I think this is a good time to bring up former Mayor Rollins.
You can see that I'm well dressed. And part of me being well dressed is recently the city has gotten into developing the greenways. Well, just a little note, Anna Cappuccino has been involved in that for a number of years. They have coffee grounds, and they've been donating them to the community to help make their gardens grow well. So that's kind of a neat thing. I moved here 15, 16 years ago, didn't know very much about the city of Port Hueneme, but I got to learn about it very, very quickly through my participation coming down for my daily coffees at Anna Cappuccino. The whole family is very much involved in the community. I got to give tribute to the whole family because they're the kids are some of the nicest behaved kids that I have ever seen, even when they were younger. So that's a tribute to their parents. It was mentioned earlier that we have an exercise program that meets 3 days a week, and once a month they come down and provide coffee. Provides a great opportunity, not for the seniors just to eat, but to get to meet each other, talk to each other. As you become a senior, the socialization becomes very, very important, and they have contributed towards that. Let's see, what else do I have to say? I would like our city, as we move forward with our business plan, to promote small businesses like this, because small business really become the fabric of our community, become kind of, they get involved in our community, and those are the things that we want to see in our community. So that's all I had to say.
At this time, I'd like to call up Jessica again for a photo, and then I think the entire council might also want to be part of the photo, so I think, and her entire family, of course. Make sure it's in HD.
Take the picture. No, go ahead. I'm gonna do both. Can't get it wrong if you do too many. Yeah. We're sneaking a bunch. It's got to be approved by the boss. Okay.
All right, we now have two more presentations, and I'd like to hand it over to the Commander Albertson for our next two presentations: Breast Cancer Awareness Month Proclamation and Domestic Violence Awareness Month Proclamation.
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, members of City Council, members of staff, and members of the public. What I have before you tonight are two proclamations, just like the Mayor had mentioned. First one is Breast Cancer Awareness Month 2023, and the second one is Domestic Violence Awareness Month 2023. Whereas considerable progress has been made in the fight against breast cancer, it still remains the most frequently diagnosed type of non-skin cancer and the second leading cause of cancer deaths among women in our country. And whereas this year alone, over 250,000 Americans will be diagnosed and nearly 44,000 lives will be lost. And whereas knowing that many contribute to breast cancer, knowing what may contribute to breast cancer is an important part of its prevention. Risk factors for breast cancer include family and personal history, radiation therapy to the chest for previous cancers, obesity, and certain genetic changes. And whereas getting regular screenings may help lower the chances of developing breast cancer, and women and men are encouraged to talk with their healthcare provider about their risks and what they can do to mitigate them. And whereas, thanks to earlier detection and better treatments, mortality rates for breast cancer have steadily decreased in the last decade. And whereas, during National Breast Cancer Awareness Month, we stand with our mothers, daughters, sisters, and friends, and we recognize all who have joined their loved ones in fighting their battle, as well as the advocates, researchers, and healthcare providers who care and work hard gives hopes to those living with breast cancer. And whereas by educating ourselves and supporting innovative research, we will improve the quality of life for all Americans affected by breast cancer and one day defeat this terrible disease. And whereas the Port Hueneme Police Department will be wearing pink patches on their uniforms, signifying their commitment to raise awareness to help support all those affected by breast cancer. Now, therefore, it be proclaimed that the City Council of Port Hueneme hereby recognizes October 2023 as Breast Cancer Awareness Month in the City of Port Hueneme and encourages the community to help raise and support in the fight against breast cancer. Proclaim the second day of October 2023. So the next one I have is Domestic Violence Awareness Month. Excuse me, I'm getting over a sinus infection. I was out of the office all last week with it. Whereas October is designated as Domestic Violence Awareness Month, and whereas domestic violence is a crime which affects all races, cultures, and social demographics, and whereas domestic violence has a profound impact on families and the community, and whereas children that grow up in violent homes are believed to be abused and neglected at a rate higher than the national average, and whereas only a coordinated community effort will put a stop to this atrocious crime, and whereas Domestic Violence Awareness Month provides an excellent opportunity for residents to learn more about preventing domestic violence and show support for the numerous organizations and individuals who provide critical advocacy, services, and assistance to victims. And whereas the Port Hueneme Police Department, City of Port Hueneme, and community-based organizations are in a position to provide education, information, and services to assist victims in the understanding that they have the right to be safe, feel safe, and live free from violence at home and in the workplace. And whereas we must all continue to help and advocate for victims, and the criminal justice system and law enforcement must continue to hold offenders accountable. And whereas we will continue our efforts to end the violence in our homes, schools, and communities. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed that the City Council of Port Hueneme hereby recognizes October 2023 as Domestic Violence Awareness Month in the City of Port Hueneme and encourages the community to participate in programs and outreach efforts aimed towards educating and supporting those who are victims of domestic violence. Proclaim the second day of October 2023. Thank you.
Thank you, Commander Albertson. Would anybody like to say anything?
I'll just congratulate the police department for supporting those two very important initiatives and all the fundraising work that you do to support the cause.
Thank you.
I also wanted to say thank you, Commander, for bringing up these two proclamations for us. You know, my mom has had breast cancer. She's going on 97, and if it hadn't been for the medical advances that we've made through breast cancer awareness, she might not be here today. So that one really hits home. So thank you very much for both of those proclamations.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Thank you, Commander. We will now move on to the consent calendar, and we will consider items on the consent calendar which will be enacted in one motion unless a council member has a request to remove an item for discussion. May I have a motion and a second to approve our consent calendar?
So moved.
Second.
Mayor, can I just quickly make one comment, clarification? Sorry for interrupting.
Yes.
So on the 5-year on-call professional services agreements, both the city attorney and I want to make sure we sort of assumed something that we need to state, which is that that item applies to general professional services that do not and it doesn't bypass any bidding process. It's not applicable to public projects that need to be bid, and so it's not intended to bypass those processes. I don't know if the city attorney has anything to add.
Right. For everyone's edification, the professional services are those services that are like architectural, engineering in nature. They are specifically exempted from public contracting and public resources code requirements that have a whole host of other sorts of things, like things we typically define as public projects that have to follow state competitive bidding laws and things of that nature. So this on-call services agreement is for those unique professional services that are allowed different requirements and more flexibility to the city to ensure the city gets the best services it can.
I have a question. So I looked through the list of the on-call consultants and,
Real quick, if we would like to pull an item, we can pull it if for further discussion.
okay,
Would you like to pull it?
yeah, I'd like to pull, is it item 5?
Ken.
Item 10 of the consent agenda, so we could discuss.
Item 10, the 5-year on-call. Yeah.
Then I'll move to approve the rest.
Yeah, apologies. I probably should have just recommended that, but thank you.
Second.
Madam Clerk, can we take a vote?
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Hearing none, motion passes unanimously.
Okay, Councilmember Gama, you can ask away.
Thank you so much. So I was looking at the on-call consultant list, and I noticed that Atkins is in every category except one. Are they a multidisciplined? Obviously, they must be, but I was just curious as to, that seems kind of unique in a way. With them at the top of the list, does that mean that they're the first go-to consultant, or do you, when the need arises, do you go through a process to select a consultant on that particular issue?
Yeah, let me ask, we have Public Works here, and let me ask them to just sort of speak to the process that we'll go through once we have them on call.
And then my other question would be, are they ranked? Is this a ranking list? In other words, that you go to the first available, or is it just a list?
And I'll ask Public Works to respond.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council, staff, and general public. No, this is just a list, and we selected the list based on qualifications. So all the consultants here were qualified for the services they applied for in the RFP process. Atkins is a large corporation that has multiple engineering disciplines that they can provide. We would select our consultants based on schedule, qualifications, and their locality. Atkins is based out of Los Angeles, so if we, for instance, they were the only ones that were bid on the architectural services, we would have to use them. That doesn't necessarily mean we would just use them for civil engineering. So this is not a ranked list. It's just a list available to us. You had mentioned previously, Councilmember Gama, sometimes you'd like a second opinion for like traffic engineering. So we'd be able to do that to check some of our consultants. So it's like a peer review and things like that.
Thank you.
Thanks, Mayor.
Councilmember Hernandez?
Thank you, Mr. Cable. just have a quick question. I've typically seen this done in instances where jurisdictions want to have in place consultants and agencies on hand during major disaster declarations. Will this serve that purpose?
It can. This is more for professional and design services. Like the Pleasant Valley water line break we had, if we needed consultant services, we would call these people for that.
Are there any other questions or comments? All right. Do we have a motion to approve item number 10?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Hearing none, motion passes unanimously.
Right, there are no public hearing items tonight, so we will move on to business items. The first business item, item number 11, rent stabilization and tenant protection. I will now turn it over to City Manager James Vega.
Thank you, Mayor. We have a couple slides. I think this is the only presentation for tonight, so we'll try to go through it fairly quickly. I just have the click. Yeah, thank you. Thank you. So a couple of points up front before I start the presentation, because rent stabilization and tenant protections get very technical and it gets very complicated. So a couple of points, just very simple up front. One is tonight, there is no ordinance being considered. There's nothing being approved. This is simply a discussion to consider whether the city wants to look at this further at this time to a feasibility review, essentially. Two other key points, and I'll go through these again, but they're just key points that I want to keep reiterating. There is currently a state law that prohibits the city from imposing rent control, which is different from rent stabilization. Rent control includes the setting of rent the first time somebody moves in. Rent stabilization is only increases after they move in, essentially. And so there's already a state law that prohibits the city from imposing rent control. And the state also stops the city from imposing rent stabilization on anything other than multifamily units approved for occupancy before February 1st, 1995. And so, very simply, the only thing that we can regulate rents on are apartments built before 1995, in a nutshell. Second, a separate state law, AB 1492, which took effect January 1st, 2020, already applies statewide rent stabilization and tenant protections, and we'll go through that a little bit too. So there's already a statewide rent stabilization, and then if the city were to consider rent stabilization, it would only apply to apartments approved for occupancy before February 1st, 1995. So there's nothing that the city can do at this time to stabilize rents for people living in single-family homes, condominiums, et cetera. So I just want to kind of make those points because when we get into the weeds of these things, we'll forget that, and somebody will say, well, what about my house? Well, if you're in a single-family home, you're out. You're not in the conversation. So that's sort of setting the groundwork. So the presentation tonight is going to be a few slides, an overview of rent stabilization, and then what some local cities have done on rent stabilization, what some local cities have done on tenant protections, and penalties and enforcement options. So some of this is going to be a little repetitive of what I just said, just because I want to reiterate it. There's a state law called the Costa-Hawkins Act, and that's the one that limits the city to only have rent stabilization for apartments, or what the term they use is multifamily homes, but it's essentially apartments approved for occupancy before February 1st, 1995. I mentioned already the difference between rent control and rent stabilization. Rent controls, no city that didn't already have rent control can now have rent control, so that's off the table. The only thing that can be done now is this rent stabilization for limited situations. The statewide rent stabilization, 1482, went into effect to stop what the state referred to as rent gouging. 1482, the state law that's in effect right now, prevents landlords from raising the rent of a unit by more than 5% plus the rate of inflation up to a maximum of 10%. So in other words, the state law right now stops somebody from raising the rent on a unit of more than 10% in a year. I think we've all heard of that happening, and so there's a question of, is it being enforced, or do people know that that's the law? But that is actually the state law that is enforceable at this time. As I mentioned, and now I've repeated it 3 times, so I won't repeat it again, but I mentioned the date and the fact that it applies to apartments. A key question in each community that considers this is really should be looking at our community. How many units do we have that are in that category? Out of how many total units? What's the need of in that community, in that category? And that's just different in every city. There's some cities that are very apartment heavy, and it may be that all their apartments were built before that date, and it could be something that has a major impact. And then there's other cities that don't have apartments, and maybe it wouldn't make an impact. Or maybe it's a city that's newly developed and has only new apartments, in which case this wouldn't apply either. And so we took a look for Port Hueneme at how many units we think fit in the category, roughly, of being able to apply these rent stabilization measures. Our estimate is, based on our planning data, is 600 units out of 8,000 total, about 7%. So it wouldn't apply to 93% of the community. And again, we just, as we talk about this, we'll want to be very clear on that, because inevitably you have somebody come in and who says, my rent just went up, and then they find out that they're either a single family home or a condo or newer build, and this doesn't apply to them. So we just want to make sure that that messaging is consistent and out there. Local cities have started to introduce rent stabilization. I think probably one of the common questions that I heard was when Oxnard adopted their rent stabilization. A lot of people sort of assumed, well, when is Port Hueneme going to do theirs? Because on the map, we're essentially connected, and they're our neighbor. But again, looking at the big picture, I think the question for the council and the community is, do we have those types of units and what is our ability to protect the people living within our city limits. But as a starting point, we looked to Oxnard and Ojai, who recently adopted a variation of Oxnard's. They're the two Ventura County cities who've adopted. Each adopted rent stabilization in Ventura County, which their ordinances limited increases to a maximum of 4% annually and only one increase in 12 months. So one increase up to 4% every year. That's what those cities have implemented with rent stabilization. They've had some additional requirements, like requirements that a landlord must provide written notice to tenants regarding the ordinance and their tenants' rights and how to respond if they believe that they've been subject to an increase greater than 4%. And then they created a process where the tenant would have to notify the landlord if the increase exceeded 4% and give an opportunity to fix it within 30 days before they could file a civil lawsuit against the landlord. They included a civil remedies and attorney's fees provision. So obviously one of the first things is, well, if you're a tenant who's being priced out of your apartment, how would you have the ability to enforce that? And so the ordinances had attorney's fees provisions so that the person could seek an attorney and the attorney would know that they could obtain attorney's fees. So it was intended to help them to be able to afford that if they needed to do that. So that's what's been included in the local cities that have adopted rent stabilization. Secondly, along with rent stabilization, it's typical that it gets paired with another section, which is referred to as tenant protections, which prevent unjust evictions. Just at a very basic level, if they can reset the rent every time they have a new tenant, if you didn't have tenant protections, the thought is that the landlord could just keep evicting and raising the rents and setting a new rent. And so most cities that have adopted rent stabilization have included tenant protections to make sure that doesn't happen. State law, similar to rent stabilization, state law prohibits landlords from terminating lease without just cause. And a just cause eviction can be at fault or no fault. And so this slide shows a list of the reasons why a eviction would be considered at fault. So something like if a tenant doesn't pay their rent or they breach their lease, it's an at fault eviction and the tenant would not could be evicted without any relocation benefits. If it's a no fault eviction, and there's only 4 reasons for a no fault eviction, but if it's a no fault eviction, the tenant would be entitled to relocation benefits if evicted. And the no fault reasons, the 4 reasons are an intent by the owner or their family to occupy the unit themselves. The owner is taking the unit off the rental market, essentially to stop renting it out. The owner is required to remove the unit off the market because of a government order, or the owner is going to substantially remodel the unit and they then can evict the tenant. So those are the 4 reasons that if a landlord evicts a tenant and there's tenant protections in place, the tenant would be entitled to relocation benefits. So as I mentioned before, a couple local cities have adopted some of these measures. I won't get into the details on the tenant protection portion, but they adopted the at fault or no fault eviction definitions, and they provided different amounts of relocation assistance, such as if for example, you have to evict the tenant and it's no fault of their own in one city, the tenant gets paid a $5,000 relocation assistance or 2 months rent, whichever is greater. And I think that was Oxnard that did that. And then similar to rent stabilization, the landlords are required to post notice about the tenant protections and what that means for the tenant. And the ordinances include penalties and the notice of an opportunity to cure within 30 days. Last, the ordinances in those cities include penalties and enforcement. There's essentially 2 paths. there's either administrative or civil penalties. Civil penalties are the simpler of the two. It essentially gives the tenant the right to file a lawsuit against the landlord if they violate and don't cure within 30 days. Administrative is a little more complicated and a little more burden on the city. That's where the city would actually essentially have code enforcement and issue fines for violation of the ordinance. And that's my understanding was that it was the path, our Oxnard chose that path of having both, which is why they had the significant cost of over $1 million to start their rent stabilization process, because they were planning to do full enforcement and allow tenants to file civil suits. So doing both is the more expensive of the two. And that goes to the cost conversation. I mentioned a minute ago that, you know, bigger cities and cities who do sort of the deluxe package have spent, you know, as much as are exceeding $1 million in trying to enforce this. I was in Ojai when we adopted, when Ojai adopted its rent stabilization and tenant protection. We estimated that we could, with a smaller city and doing less of the enforcement, that we could get the costs down to about $150,000 a year. And I think it's going to be in that range, maybe a little bit higher than that, maybe closer to $250,000 a year. And essentially that comes down to having like a staff person to administrate it and some code enforcement. And that's what would make up those costs. The cost of administering the program would depend on the level of service that the council desires if we choose to adopt rent stabilization and tenant protection. And then I point out just at the end, one thing that I learned from going through this previously is that even though we tried to keep costs very low in how we did it, and we thought it was such a small number of units that it wouldn't be a lot of calls, you do end up getting a lot of calls because people just aren't sure if it applies to them. We said earlier, the ordinances get complicated. They're 8 or 9 pages. Typically, the first question from somebody when their landlord raises their rent is they call the city and say, "Am I protected?" And then you have to have that conversation, finding out what their address is, finding out what type of unit they have, when it was built, is it multifamily? And then you can imagine there's some conversations that are not fun conversations to have, because you're dealing with people when they've found out they're being priced out of their home. And a big chunk of the people who call, the answer is, we actually can't help you. And so that's a challenge with enforcing the rent stabilization and tenant protections. So ultimately, and I think I've noted this previously, I think ultimately it's going to come down to the need in our community. Being fairly new, I haven't heard a lot of requests for this. I think I asked staff, and we've heard a few requests since Oxnard adopted the ordinance. But I think that's the question: is what's the need in our community? Are the people who would benefit from this ordinance and who need this ordinance, how many of them are there? And would this ordinance help the people who need help in our community? So with that, that's the background. Again, this item was just intended to be sort of big picture, how this works, how it could work in Port Hueneme, but ultimately the decision hasn't been made yet, and the question will be for council of whether to move forward and how to move forward with rent stabilization.
All right, does council have any questions for staff? Only questions at this time?
Thank you, Mayor. One question, you mentioned that 600 units in the city would potentially fall under a rent stabilization measure if we so decide to go in that direction. How many people would that constitute? How many people would be affected, or families perhaps?
Roughly, I think our average household size was somewhere around 4 or so, so roughly 2,400, maybe 2,400 to 3,000 people.
And in the administration of a program like this, you estimated maybe 250, 350 K. And
that's the range I would estimate. Sorry, my microphone turned off. That's the range I would estimate, but again, it depends on the specific level of service that the council requests. If there's potential to do a lot more or a lot less.
So the admin staff costs would be the primary weight of passing a measure like this.
Yes, the three sort of main things is just somebody to administer the program, hearing officer and city attorney cost potentially, and analyzing some of the situations, and then potentially some enforcement, having somebody doing enforcement.
And there are no, is there any recourse for offsetting these costs through penalties? It doesn't seem like the penalties would be it would be a drop in the bucket in terms of offsetting our admin
Yeah,
costs, wouldn't it?
I wouldn't expect to recover much, if anything. Potentially there would be some citations, but I would guess that we'd be surprised if we'd issue more than 5 to 10 a year. Is what I would be surprised to hear that. So.
Just to point out, like when you get into code enforcement and administrative citation appeals and whatnot, there's usually a lot of hidden costs that aren't identified. So, for example, you cite somebody with an admin site and they want to appeal it. The first thing you get is a Public Records Act request, and they want every correspondence between you and any tenant that's ever existed in the city. Well, that generates a lot of documents that obligates the city clerk to do quite a bit of review. It obligates IT staff. It obligates me to review for public records. Then you end up in front of an appellate officer, and then after that, you're allowed to go to the Superior Court and whatnot. And to the extent the city is going down that process, then you're into civil discovery. You're into a lot of things that can, attorneys aren't cheap. It generates costs very quickly. And as a government entity, you're typically prohibited from recovering those costs.
Thank you.
With regard to, where does the dollars come from for relocation assistance?
So, based on how other cities drafted their ordinances, it's typically the landlord has to pay the relocation costs of the tenant.
And so if a dispute develops, then that's where the litigation begins?
Right, right.
And then it sounds to me that the state has a pretty good program in place. There's protections aimed at rent stabilization statewide. Is that correct?
So I won't comment on the quality of it because I'm sure people have their own opinions of that, but the state has a similar rule in place to what we could actually put in place because the state stops us from really doing much more other than essentially kind of tightening their 10% down to, 4 or 5% is typical. So they provide a similar rent stabilization and very similar tenant protections to what cities could propose.
Yeah, and then once this program, let's say if it were adopted and the program is staffed up, and it would never go away, and it would be a additional item on our budget, correct?
Well, it would be an ongoing cost each year. And just a couple points to that is technically the council could, change the ordinance in the future. I think politically it'd be very difficult to, and I don't think any city has undone a rent stabilization. So I think it would be ongoing, and I don't expect it to be like a 1 or 2 year thing. I think the state rule applies to 2030, I think. So potentially if the state changes what they do, and they could do it either before then or at 2030, then that could preempt what the city does as they change their laws. But the simple answer to the question is if we adopt it, it would be ongoing costs for the foreseeable future.
Right, and currently our budget's a little bit busted and upside down perhaps, and so this would be a new item to our budget that's already under stress.
This would be a new item, and we did a presentation 2 or 3 meetings ago noting that with our CIP budget included, we do have sort of a structural deficit that we need to fix, so this would be added to that.
Right. Thank you.
Are there any other questions?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes, thank you for the presentation and the information provided. Do we know where these 600 units are located, or are they spread out throughout the city? Or are they in one certain area?
I believe they are spread out. I didn't get a map of those, but I'm not they're not just in one area. I'm not sure if they're concentrated in one area, but they're not in just one area. They're spread out through town.
The other cities that have implemented this, what is the level of success they've had with helping their community members?
Yeah, I know. I said in this presentation, I think it was in some of the wording, that I was in Ojai when Ojai adopted it, and I think those 2 points that I just kept reiterating, those were not understood, and I think there was a large percentage of the community that had thought this would help them, and then were very upset when it didn't. And I think I had been there about 6 months after it got adopted, and I think I think we're about 2 people that actually qualified out of the, dozens and dozens of calls and conversations. So it's just it's the challenge, and it's the state who's limiting it. So it's just the way it is. But, we're able to do something, but in such a narrow area that it ends up not being as helpful as I think everybody thinks it is when they hear the initial idea of rent stabilization, because it doesn't apply to single family homes or condominiums.
So that brings up another next issue. We implement something like this, and then individuals who own single family homes or those with condos, or say, for instance, Wainimi Bay, who is an at-risk area with a fixed income, they're going to be wanting the same thing and asking, what about us? What alternatives are there to helping with this situation besides what we're talking about here?
Yeah, we'll probably get a public comment on it, but I think we got some letters this week that listed different programs that are available and things like, federal funding of rent subsidies and, things like that. There are programs available to help. There is not any city ability to do rent stabilization that would help the areas you just mentioned, that are not apartments. So there's, I guess what I'm saying is there's options, but it's not rent stabilization to do that. Would be other kinds of incentives or funding ideas.
My last question, which is kind of silly, but what is the difference between an apartment and a condo?
I think that sort of in the state's definitions, I think one of the key words they used was or one of the key defining points was the ability to sell a condo versus renting an apartment.
Yeah,
And you might be able to.
Yeah, some of the basically the difference is the state uses the term separately alienable, and in legal parlance, alienable means saleable. In the past, what's happened with certain condos that were subject to Costa-Hawkins, which was one of the state's protections, is landowners would pull the units from market and never convert them to saleable condos. But the pulling them from market was enough to get out of the rent control or the rent stabilization aspect. So now there's been revisions through AB 1482 to make it so that you actually have to follow through to making them separately alienable and whatnot. I think one of the other things to always keep in mind here, and I just say this for a risk analysis deal, is that anytime you're talking about taking private property and affecting the economic return on investment, typically the very first challenge you're going to get is something called a takings, which it stems from the Fifth Amendment and 14th Amendments, is that basically in eminent domain proceedings, you cannot deprive somebody of a property or an economic use thereof without paying just compensation for it. And so the argument typically arises that in doing something like this, the government is taking a property for public purpose and affecting market value.
Okay, thank you.
Any more questions? Are there any public comments regarding this item? I'm pretty sure there are.
Yes, Mayor Martinez, there are public comments. I'm going to go ahead and call up the in-person comments first, and then we'll move to Zoom and written comments last. The first public comment would be from Janet Sprisier, and Julio Gomez would be after.
Thank you, Mayor and Council, for giving me the opportunity to speak this evening. My name is Janet Sprisler. I am here on behalf of the National Association of Residential Property Managers, the Ventura County chapter, and as broker owner of Rent 805. I wanted to give some more facts about rent stabilization. In Port Hueneme, there are roughly about 7,000 rental units, as we heard. But as of this morning, when I pulled owner non-occupied units based on the parameters that Costa-Hawkins says can have rent control, we're showing about 329 units that would be affected. Remember, Costa-Hawkins plays into it. And the Ellis Act has a lot to do with how an owner can increase rents as well after they've given notice based on AB 1482. Also, the ordinance that you spoke of with Oxnard, it's actually, because I fought really hard for this, was the language the lease is given. So the ordinances are given out in English if that is the language of the lease. If they are a primary Spanish-speaking home, then they can get that second. So rent stabilization does not decrease current rents. It actually automatically increases rents annually. In Oxnard, they did do 4%. Economists looking at the next year are looking at 0 to 1% increases for the next 2 years due to how the economy is looking. Of the top 10 highest rental cities in the nation, 5 of those cities are in California. All 5 have rent stabilization and tenant protections. These are San Francisco, Los Angeles, San Diego, San Jose, and Oakland. And all but one has been in place for 44 years. So when we do a comparison of Bell Garden, which just passed in 21, Oxnard passed in 22, Ojai just passed, the comparing of those units in those cities and in their infancy is really just not really a great study to tell us what it's going to run. Including, we talked about cost. Port Hueneme is throwing around the figure about between $250,000 to run the program. In all those other cities, 50% of that cost is passed to the tenant. So they would be sharing that with the owner. And then I have to ask what fee study was done for Port Hueneme, because Oxnard, we're at 1.5 years and they still do not have their fee study done. And it does cost the city to do a fee study. They just can't hit an arbitrary number and charge that. And then AB 1482 we talked about. Just wanted to let you know that on the governor's desk right now, they have that there for treble damages for any bad actors that did things to tenants during this time. And treble damages cost a lot, as well as a 1-month security deposit. With that, I'm going to end with a quote from the Swedish economist Assar Lundbeck. Rent control is the fastest way to destroy a city other than bombing it. Port Hueneme, please do not do this to your tenants or your owners. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem, City Manager, City Attorney, City Councils, and public. My name is Julio Gomez. I'm a broker owner, small real estate company, property management, Blue Sky Realty in Oxnard, downtown. I've been doing this for 25 years. And what the city of Port Hueneme is proposing or try to entertain, like Jenny says, is gonna kill the economy. The best thing to do is to create more housing, no create more obstacles. I have 3 properties here managing in Port Hueneme. My owners, they're mom and pop, they're the retirement for them. So if we start putting rent controls, what happens is they're gonna force them to do something that they don't wanna do. They wanna keep the properties to pass it on to their families. If we put rent controls, what happens with the increase? We're gonna be forcing the increase every year, and the point that the people won't be able to afford it. And what we try to do is I read this here. It says I gotta take my. I'm sorry. Solving the housing crisis is increasing housing supply, not imposing additional restriction on the market. Please, from the point of view of the small business owner and real estate, put a rent control and create more stress either to the rentals, to the tenants, and to the owners of the properties. Thank you.
You will have Julia Escobis and then Luis Mendez after her.
Good evening, city staff, council members, Mayor Pro Tem Perez, Mayor Martinez. My name is Juliet Esquibius. I'm the current president of the Ventura County Coastal Association of Realtors. Thank you so much for letting me speak. We represent over 2,000 members, and we are extremely familiar with the housing challenges faced by Port Hueneme, as well as this county and across the state. As you know, as we've been talking about this evening, the state of California implemented AB 1482, statewide rent stabilization that has placed limitations on rent increases, has just cause eviction requirements in place, and requires relocation fees for no-fault tenancy terminations. If an ordinance is passed, our understanding, again, it's only going to affect about 7% of the Port Hueneme housing units. The majority of the housing providers affected would be mom and pops. And those mom and pops housing providers often invest in real estate as a part of retirement plan or a second income. The implementation of even stronger rent stabilization ordinance would ultimately place an unfair burden on small housing providers while failing to deliver relief to those who actually need it, the tenants. Housing providers and renters have a mutually beneficial relationship. Renters need a clean, safe place to call home, and housing providers facilitate that need. Excuse me. The consensus among economists is that the housing crisis is best addressed by increasing housing supply rather than imposing stricter restrictions. There are many policies and programs available to this city that should be considered before implementing more restrictions. Instead of spending resources on creating an onerous and costly new bureaucratic system, we urge Port Hueneme to educate the community on existing policies regarding affordable housing and the creation of housing. We ask Port Hueneme to be creative and innovative in its approach to these sensitive and complicated issues instead of following suit of other cities. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Martinez, Mayor Pro Tem, City Council, City Manager. My name is Luis Mendez. I am a resident here in Port Hueneme and also a member of the real estate finance community. I'm here because I wanted to address the cost of this program. I think it far exceeds the benefit of what it will bring to the city. And I think that the revenue or that money could be better used in other areas, such as addressing homelessness, improving the parks and things that other areas where money is lacking, where you guys are falling behind in your budget. In Hueneme, being here for 35 years, it is strictly an inventory problem, not a rent stabilization problem, I think that we live with, and that should be the focus. If you guys decide to move forward or entertain possibly into implementing rent stabilization or tenant protections, I would strongly request or ask that you guys reach out to the community and ask maybe local leaders, people from PCR, the local real estate community, and residents to chime in on what type of ordinances or what are the best ways to address the issues we have. I just personally think that in Port Hueneme, as small as our city is, the rent stabilization is not an issue that we need to address or waste money on. So please consider that, and thank you for your time.
Adela Trainer.
Good evening, everyone, and thank you for your time, and thank you for all you do, by the way. I always like to start with that because I know with the time that you give, very well said. I'm probably just going to repeat a lot of what they said. I am a realtor also, but I'm also a property owner and a home provider. And so I kind of wear two hats, and my comments kind of come from both places. When I have clients who are home providers, and they hear of rent control or they're living in one of these cities where these issues have been addressed, the first thing they think of, and since we haven't had the time to see in our local cities how this is going to play out, is, 4%? Well, guess what the rent's going to be every year? 4%. Whereas they might not have done that in the past. There are those mom and pops, and now I'm going to speak from a property owner myself, people who turn to real estate for our retirement. And, that's a little disconcerting when we think about what that's going to look like, especially when you have that tenant. And all property owners want that good tenant where you've got that great relationship. Like you were talking about relationships, that is worth more than those increases, to have that good relationship. But if I'm going to be limited in the way I can increase my rent or do the repairs or pay those water increases or fix that roof, that relationship can't work because I can't afford that, 30-year tenant, the same low-level rent that he's been paying. I have to get up to market value. That doesn't help the people that we say we're trying to help. I would encourage you also, if you go forward, and thank you for the clarifications and the great questions, if you go forward, is to talk to your community, talk to your homeowners, the property providers, and see how this works for them as well. Because those numbers that you're talking about affecting aren't just tenants, they're also those home providers. Thank you.
Okay, Mayor, I'm going to switch it over to Zoom. And we are going to have Janet begin. Janet, if you can hear me.
Gagnon? Yes.
We
can
can
you
hear
me?
you. Perfect.
Janet Gagnon from the Apartment Association of Greater Los Angeles. We represent rental housing providers throughout Los Angeles, San Bernardino, and Ventura counties. And 80% of our members are mom and pop providers owning 20 or fewer units. The problem that we see for Port Hueneme is that this would apply to older buildings only due to state law. And those older buildings require more maintenance with HVAC, with roofs, with electrical systems, and they need, as small businesses, to be able to make those repairs to keep their investments in good shape for their existing renters. And if rent stabilization below what the state already provides is implemented in Port Hueneme, it causes our mom and pops to make a very hard decision of either selling their properties to corporations and having them replaced with luxury apartments or condominiums that their current renters cannot afford, or they're not able to make the necessary repairs and keep up with current standards of living in Port Hueneme. And so this is a very bad policy idea for Port Hueneme in particular. We were actively engaged in Ojai when they were discussing their ordinance, and as was touched on, it didn't address the primary problem that was going on there, which was rental houses being sold because of increased property values, that was a better alternative for those owners. So a lot of the renters there were very upset when they realized that this new ordinance did nothing for their problem. So we're just hoping that you will support small business, as was discussed a lot at the beginning, of our mom and pop owners, and pursue policies that actually support mom and pops as well as renters. Policies like voluntary mediation that Santa Barbara currently has been very popular, very successful, and is done all through volunteer mediators. So there's no mediator cost involved. Or if you're going to spend this kind of money, spend it on direct rental assistance for renters to maintain and be able to stay in their properties during urgency situations like a sudden illness, job loss, injury. That's what Claremont has done. They've created a new rental assistance program specifically for that, using their ARPA dollars. And I know you guys mentioned you'd had some problems with reporting on ARPA, but you might be able to reallocate those dollars to a rental assistance program. So at the end of the day, we'd really like to see policies that support your small businesses, including our mom and pop owners, as well as renters, and engage all stakeholders for a more thorough discussion and creative solutions. Thank you.
You, Janet.
Thank you, Janet. Maria Navarro.
Hey folks, how's it going? My name is Maria Navarro. I am a resident of Port Hueneme since 2010 already, so it's been a while. I apologize, first of all, for not being able to be there in person. I am feeling a little bit under the weather, so I thought I'd play it safe. And I do want to thank the city council and the city manager for bringing this up tonight. And I do want to also thank the public commenters who shared some points. I totally agree with the emergency rental assistance. I think that actually would be a really awesome program that Port Hueneme could look into. But I do want to point out that some of their comments are very interesting. I feel like some of them were saying that rents were going to increase, while others were saying that, you know, landlords wouldn't be able to make a living with rent control. I do think, or rent stabilization. I do think that there hasn't really been a good study. The studies that have come out from rent stabilization, not rent control, but rent stabilization, seem to be generally positive in that it's an anti-displacement policy. And I think that's the first point that I do want to make. Rent stabilization isn't an affordable housing policy. It's an anti-displacement and homeless protection policy. It allows people to stay in our city without necessarily having to end up in the streets. And the biggest piece, some of the points that I want to make about the presentation and also what we've heard so far. First of all, is that Port Hueneme already has rent stabilization because it falls under the state protection. Because we fall under the state law, all of those units already have rent stabilization. And now the cap is at 10%, but that varies depending on inflation, right? So what happens to the residents who fall into that category, have that protection, but they just don't know, or they were never really told that they have that? I think that is a point that we didn't address either in the presentation or here, is that there is a group of people who are already protected, right? The enforcement is the piece that I always talk about in these meetings, because there's something to be said about the state law and it not being enforced. And I think it's the responsibilities of cities to try and create a legislation, whether it mirrors the state law one and copies it piece by piece, or it creates further concessions like Oxnard and Ojai, to make sure that the people who are protected under rent stabilization know that they're protected under rent stabilization, and there's a number that they can call, and they could be like, oh, hey, do I fall into this or do I not? Because there are cases of people who do increase the rent beyond that 10%. Or that, 4% or whatever number that a local law puts in. So that's the first piece. The second piece is on just cause eviction protections. Just cause eviction protections, unlike rent stabilization, is not limited by Costa-Hawkins. So just cause eviction protections could apply to—
Ms. Navarro, I'm sorry, I just wanted to let you know that your time is up. So if you can wrap it up, that would be great.
Yeah, I think more discussion about this would be appropriate. I feel like on fees, on enforcement, there are more things to talk about, especially on who applies to those, because again, just cause applies to almost everyone in the city.
Okay, I'll switch over to the written public comments. The first comment is from David Scribner. The state of California has experienced a severe housing crisis for the past decade, causing housing prices and rents to skyrocket. The legislature responded by passing rent control measures that limit rent increases for current renters to 5%, plus the CPI, which is currently 4%. In no case can an annual increase exceed 10%. The state also enacted various measures to protect tenants from predatory evictions and allowed many tenants to live rent-free during the pandemic. Most landlords were never able to recoup these costs. Housing is one of the most regulated business sectors in California. The City Council is considering enacting more regulations by enacting a rent stabilization ordinance. While this may have a short-term impact on rental costs, it will create long-term problems that will negatively affect people's abilities to find housing. These unintended consequences include: landlords will be incentivized to raise rents to the maximum allowed under new guidelines or lose the ability to recoup these funds later. Rents will increase every year. If tenants cannot afford the increases, they will be forced out of their current housing and need to find new housing at the market rate. The landlord will incur costs related to downtime and refurbishment costs. The costs will be passed on to the new tenants. The cost of housing for new tenants will rise. When tenants vacate a unit, the landlord will be incentivized to raise the rent as much as the market will bear. Select applicants with higher income, excellent credit scores, no pets, and smaller households. More tenants, more wear and tear. This will make it more difficult for a family of four to find housing than a single person or a couple. Housing opportunities for families will decrease. Applicants with a history of eviction will find it next to impossible to find housing. There will be no incentive to improve or maintain rental units beyond minimal legal requirements. Slumlords will be more profitable than responsible landlords. Tenants can expect diminished living conditions. Owners of most rental properties purchased years ago have lower mortgage costs and tax rates than new owners will be responsible for. When properties change hands, the only way the new owners can cover the increased costs will be to ask tenants to leave so that they can remodel the units and charge market rates. This will displace many long-term renters who will need to find new housing at market rates. While landlords may be responsible for relocation costs, the new tenants will end up paying for these costs through higher rents. The former tenants will end up paying market rates for their new household. History shows that when rent control and rent stabilization measures are enacted, the number of rental units decreases, further shrinking the number of available units. If new regulations are enacted, the city will have to hire additional staff to enforce them. Where is the money going to come from? David Scribner. The next is from Kelly Wilmer. Dear City Council members, Port Hueneme is not Oxnard. The inference that your real estate pool is the same or that the City Council should consider expensive draconian-style rent stabilization is a bad choice. It's a bad choice for tenants who already have reasonable rent protections under the state AB 1482, which does not incur administration costs for the city, which will be borne by tenant and owner if you adopt them. Your real estate mix does not have a lot of apartment buildings. You have single-family homes and condos interspersed with apartment buildings. Owners have been spending tremendous amounts of capital to improve the city of Port Hueneme and take care of their buildings. Some of the condo associations have been spending millions of dollars in upkeep. Rent stabilization never helps those whom it should. Artificial rent caps can be disastrous for a city. Just look at Santa Monica. I assure you that the majority of people driving up to those apartment buildings are not means tested, and many earn over $250,000 a year. The cost burden on the city for administration will be large. I ask you to be prudent in what city funds are used for to balance your budget. Why on earth would you think this approach would be beneficial for Port Hueneme? This is barely any properties for sale right now, and interest rates are high and most likely will remain so for the near future. So if you chase investors out of your town, your rental pool will get smaller and smaller. That doesn't help anybody. Thank you for your time and your long-term vision for Port Hueneme. Sincerely, Kelly Wilmer. City Council members, considering there is already a statewide rent stabilization ordinance in effect, I'm thinking there are probably better ways to spend our money and staff time than adopting another costly ordinance. Perhaps some of those resources could be used on opportunities to create more affordable housing in our city, such as a Habitat for Humanity project on San Pedro Street. Also, I would like to mention that from what I've observed, your city clerk is doing a great job. Thank you, Jeffrey Scarberry. I did not add that in. Dear City Council members, Port Hueneme is only 4 square miles in radius. We are not huge like Oxnard. Please stop trying to get on a bandwagon with the rest of the cities when you can see that the results are devastating to owners. Homeowners and myself have worked very hard to accumulate funds and purchase property here in Port Hueneme. We have invested in real estate and deserve a return on our investment. Why are we having to be penalized by succumbing to rent control, stabilization, etc.? If you do not own a property yourself, then you will not understand how difficult it is for an owner. There are great programs like Section 8, etc., to help families in need. Implementing rent stabilization is a bad choice. Tenants who already have reasonable rent protections under the state AB 1482, which does not incur administration costs for the city. If implemented, the costs will have to be borne by the tenant and owner if you adopt them. Owners have been spending a lot of money to improve their homes and buildings, thus helping improve the appearance of the city of Port Hueneme also. The condo and other HOA communities have been spending millions of dollars in the upkeep, which also results in increased HOA monthly dues to the owners. I completely disagree with the rent stabilization. Why would you think this approach would be beneficial for Port Hueneme? There are hardly any properties for sale right now. Interest rates are high and will not be coming down anytime soon. If the rent stabilization is implemented, it will drive away investors. Thank you for your time and your long-term vision for Port Hueneme. Sincerely, Kieran Locke. The public comment I'm about to read was submitted by the Ventura County Coastal Association of Realtors, VCCAR. Written public comments as indicated on the agenda are subject to a 500-word limit. Please note this comment surpassed that limit and therefore the submitter revised their comment to meet the 500-word limit. The original comment will be on file in the city clerk's office in accordance with the city's retention schedule. Please also note that the City Council received 43 additional emails as of 5 p.m. from different individuals in line with the same comment I'm about to read. And although they did not follow the process for submitting public comments as indicated on the agenda, I wanted to make note of it here. And this is the Ventura County Coastal Association of Realtors, VCCAR, representing approximately 2,000 realtors on the Central Coast, is voicing its sincere concerns regarding rent control measures, advocating for mediation as the only acceptable approach. VCCAR emphasized that its members, many of whom reside in Port Hueneme, are deeply familiar with the housing challenges faced by the community. We argue that rent stabilization is not the solution and may, in fact, exacerbate the existing problems. A central argument presented is the consensus among economists that the housing crisis is best addressed by increasing the housing supply rather than imposing market restrictions. The current statistics of Port Hueneme, with its population of nearly 22,000 and only around 8,000 housing units as of 2021, underscore the pressing need to address the supply-demand imbalance. And they provided data from census.gov via data comments. To tackle this challenge, Port Hueneme has a range of policies available. Affordable housing through the Port Hueneme Housing Authority, density bonus program to allow more units than typical zoning permits, accessory dwelling units for additional rental housing, condominium conversions to transform existing apartments, inclusionary housing ordinance for middle-income buyers, housing rehabilitation loan program to maintain affordable rental units, average unit size density program to promote additional housing, Section 8 housing choice voucher program for rent subsidies, tenant-based rental assistance for permanent housing through temporary subsidies, tenant displacement assistance ordinance for situations involving residential unit elimination. VCCAR suggests that instead of venturing into new rent stabilization or control programs, which have faced criticism from economists, Port Hueneme should maximize the potential of these existing programs. We call for a comprehensive education campaign to inform developers, property owners, and renters about these initiatives. The city is also encouraged to foster new housing projects, particularly emphasizing programs like the average unit size density and the accessory dwelling unit. VCCAR's perspective on the proposed rent stabilization measure is clear. Mediation. VCCAR supports this, citing the success of the rental housing mediation program in Santa Barbara. Mandatory lease. VCCAR opposes this, highlighting its potential to burden housing providers, especially in situations involving student housing, retirement plans, and flexibility for property owners. Apartment inspections, we have strong opposition due to concerns about governmental overreach and potential constitutional violations, with several U.S. cities cited as examples. Just cause eviction, VCCAR criticizes this for its unintended consequences, emphasizing the challenges and costs faced by property owners and the potential negative impact on well-behaved tenants. Rent control or rent stabilization, VCCAR presents a comprehensive critique pointing to its detrimental effects on housing quantity and quality, its discouragement of new construction, and the significant administrative costs it incurs. In conclusion, VCCAR urges the City Council to prioritize existing housing policies over the introduction of rent control. We want to express our willingness to collaborate with the city in community education efforts and emphasize the need for innovative, evidence-based solutions over strategies driven by political pressure. And that says, signed Julia Escobis, but also from Rob Leatherwood. And that concludes public comment.
Okay, thank you, Georgiana. So we do have a recommendation, but can I ask a question real quick? So the recommendation is to receive a report on the statewide rent stabilization ordinance and the city's authority related to rent stabilization and tenant protection measures. That doesn't mean that anything would happen. That just means that we would receive it.
Correct. It's just receiving the report we've given, and then any direction would come from the council about next steps.
If we wanted to do anything else after. All right, are there, if I'll make a motion to receive the report and just basically receive the report.
Even file.
Oh, receive and file, yes.
I'll second the motion.
Yeah, I would just wanted to make a comment of everything we heard, if that's okay.
Well, we have a first and a, first.
We have to discuss, we have a discussion opportunity here.
Yeah, I think, you know, every time we have a city council meeting, I look through the disbursement records and I see a lot of familiar names that participates in our housing assistant program. I know these people, and I don't understand how it works, but I do see that the city is subsidizing property owners, I believe, right? Is that how it works? And so, and I'm amazed at how many people participate in that. And I think trying to stabilize rents in this fashion may lead to unintended consequences. And they mentioned that LA, Oakland, and San Francisco. I don't want to live there. I mean, I see what's going on there, and those are the big three that have went heavy on rent control and rent stabilization. So I don't think, I think we have the opportunities to assist people, and I know we do because I see the participation in our rental assistance program, our housing department, and I think that's great. And the biggest issue for me is this isn't a tried and true program. The state has a pretty aggressive rate stabilization program, and we provide housing assistance to many people in this beautiful city of ours. And our budget right now is kind of upside down. We have a structural deficit, and we really can't afford any additional spending at the time. And I think we really need to, before we consider any discretionary spending, I think we really need to sit down and really figure out our budget. Just June 30 wasn't that long ago, and we were told that we had a balanced budget, and come to find out that we don't. And we have a $3 million deficit, and our reserves are going down. So I hope that, you know, we really can't afford right now this, and I don't think this program is viable for our city.
Mayor, if I could just clarify one comment, just it may have been a misunderstanding, but I think there was a statement about subsidizing property owners, and I don't believe we subsidize property owners. I believe we just provide rentals through our affordable housing, but I'm going to look to our housing director to tell me if I'm correct about that. Do we do any property owner subsidy programs? Okay, that's what I thought. Thank you.
If it's not appropriate, then, but can we get an explanation as to those disbursements going to property owners who are landlords? Because like I said, I know several of them.
Yeah.
And it just kind of.
I'll follow up on that.
Okay,
I'll give an
good, because I've
explanation.
always wanted to understand how that works. Because in our disbursement records, you could see, yeah.
Any other comments?
I have comments. So I was the individual council member who brought this issue for discussion tonight. And how it came here was, it was brought to me, to my attention, that there was a woman, Rosie, a mother of three who's a farm worker and a Mesteco farm worker who would have applied for rent stabilization and went to Oxnard. She's a resident of Port Hueneme, and she went to Oxnard seeking rent stabilization because her rent was going up. But she was heartbroken to find out that she was not eligible to apply because she was a resident of Port Hueneme. So let's say Rosie comes to Port Hueneme. What do we tell her? What options do we have for people like Rosie who are living paycheck to paycheck and could, without one paycheck, be homeless? Now, I really liked what Maria Navarro had to say about considering emergency rental assistance. I like the fact that we could and we should probably view this action if we or this proposed action if we decide to go in that direction, has an anti-displacement policy and a homeless protection policy. And maybe there are ways we can better inform our public on what is available under the state laws. And if so, I would like to amend the motion to include direction to staff to continue the discussion, to work with the VCCAR and the other organizations that are out there, and to find out ways that we can assist our residents in potential need. Now, I heard a lot of solutions pointing toward more housing. Well, unfortunately, in Port Hueneme, the housing situation is bleak. We are built out. Any new housing is slow in coming. So in the meantime, what do we do with people like Rosie? You know, how are we going to help people like that? I think we need to find a stopgap. And if rent stabilization is not a stopgap, then maybe there are some other solutions that staff can come up with. And if we're not informing our public correctly about being eligible under the state program, then maybe we need to look at that. I also have a question for our housing director, and thank you, Ms. Spasua, for being here tonight, but we have Section 8 housing. I think it's called something else now. What's the waiting list on that? 3 years? Okay. My sister moved in with me 10 years ago, and she applied for housing, Section 8 housing voucher 10 years ago. She passed away 2 years ago, and I just got a notice in the mail asking if she wanted to continue remaining on the list. So while there are some solutions out there, they're not solutions for somebody who's living paycheck to paycheck and who could be homeless within a 30-day period. So I would like to ask if we could amend the motion to ask staff to go back and look at what can we tell people like Rosie, what can we tell members of our public who need that housing assistance, what the city can do for them, whether it's our own resources or it's under the state law. I don't want to just close this issue and say we're not going to look at it anymore. I want to know that the city's at least referring people correctly. I mean, if they're eligible for some kind of assistance under the state, then we should be sharing that information with them.
So I feel very bad for anybody like Rosie that's in that position. But then again, my first question is she in a unit that doesn't qualify? In other words, maybe she's renting a condo that wasn't built before 1995. And those are the type of things that I think I heard from our city manager that, you know, when you put this program together, then, you know, most of the people hearing are going to start calling and asking for assistance and they don't qualify and then they're upset. Who are they upset with? The city of Port Hueneme. You know, the state law is pretty generous, I think, going from state to state. So I just feel like, you know, perhaps that example, you know, maybe it was you know, the fact that the unit was built after 1995. I don't know. We just don't know. But I do think that we need to understand the programs that we have. I'm looking at the disbursement records right now. Sorry, my mic went off. I'm looking at the disbursement records right now, and there's a number of people participating in our program, whatever it is. So I would like to understand how these programs work.
Well, perhaps that's justification for asking for an amendment to the motion so that we can learn a little bit more about the situation for residents here in Port Hueneme, what the need might be, and what solutions we might have for them if they fall into this category. I'm a mom and pop landlord. I own property along with my family. We try to be friendly landlords, and we offer rates below market rate for our apartments. And that's just the way my family's brought up. But not everybody does that. And, you know, you have some good landlords out there and you have some bad landlords. You know, it may not even have anything to do with bad or good. But I just want to make sure that we are taking care of all of our citizens, all our residents in Port Hueneme. And even though it's a small percentage, they're the people who bring food to our table, who wash dishes in our restaurants, who serve us our meals. I think we owe it to them to look into this a little bit further. Maybe rent stabilization is not the answer, but can we come back with some solution?
So,
Mayor Pro Tem?
yes, thank you. So I am not in a position to agree with rent stabilization right now as well. I would like more information. I would like community input. I want to know all other options and who are these individuals that potentially reside in properties that may fall under this, but who are they? They could be people that don't even live in this area and really don't qualify this because they make too much money already. We don't know who these people are that live in these apartments. So I would like to find out exactly who they are and what other options are on the table that we could consider. Also, we need to be fiscally responsible. And although I wish you would stop talking about how upside down we are on our budget, because I don't think that's entirely true. We do have some budget issues that are being corrected, and I do not want to add to that if it's unnecessary. So I would like to explore this topic and others and find out other options if there are any, and weigh the pros and cons of each of them and come back and have a full discussion on it.
I just want to mention, so Councilmember Hernandez said, you know, what can we do? What do we do right now? If it's okay if I ask Gabby, Ms. Basua, what do we do to help these individuals that are in those situations as of right now? I don't know if you can come up to the podium. Por favor, please.
That's a very loaded question. Councilmember Hernandez asked me what the wait list was. It's 3 years, and the reason it's 3 years right now, which is not a very long time if you really think about it, about a year ago, our wait list was 10 years. We've been issuing vouchers for the past year. The problem is we don't have the inventory. That is the problem when it comes to, unfortunately, the price gouging. Low inventory, you know, we're going to pay a lot of rent. There is just not a one solution for this. We are a very small community. I think as far as our landlords and the landlords that are on our program, when there is a rent increase that comes through our desk, our housing specialists are trained to, you know, does it meet that 10%? If not, they go back to the landlord, you can't do this. You'd be surprised, a lot of landlords don't know. I think education-wise might be a way to go for now. But once we let the landlords know, you know, we get a mixed reaction. We get that reaction, oh, okay, I didn't know. Let me redo that notice. Or, nope, I want them out of the unit. And unfortunately, if they want them out of the unit, there's nothing we can do. They're going to have to move. So there's not one simple solution.
So if I amend my motion to add the extra stuff that Councilmember Hernandez asked for, you think that's going to be good? You think we're going to come back with more?
I believe what we can do is we can educate. Whether or not the council decides that rent stabilization is something that they want in their city is really up to you as policymakers. But one thing that I really believe as maybe staff, what we can do is we can educate, you know. Even now, if we have tenants or we have residents that are getting increases and they believe they're, you know, huge increases, we can still refer them to our Housing Rights Center. We can refer them to legal aid. We might not have the resources here, but we can at least try to, you know, guide them the right way.
Yeah, and our housing director, Ms. Basua, just sort of wrapped up what I'm hearing, I think, and what I would suggest is I think kind of across the board, I hear a desire to do more outreach, more education on this topic. And I think that if we do the education and the outreach, that we'll start hearing back from people and we'll hear what the needs are and what specifically people are looking for. And so my suggestion would be providing the direction. We can do that with our existing resources, putting together some educational campaigns related to this on what the state rules are and what city and county resources we have available. And then as we get feedback from people and start having those discussions, then we know we have the ability to bring that back to council. So I would recommend including that in an amended motion.
Okay, I'll amend my motion. Okay, Councilmember Gama?
Could you just briefly explain what the, looks like?
I will be more than happy. I know
11
exactly what you're
pages, 11
talking about.
pages of housing assistant checks
Yeah,
that go out
so
every month for this month costs $350,000. So how does that work?
yes, and last month it was 364,000. Our rents keep going up. But basically, it is a rent subsidy. We have landlords that have units in Wainimi that are gracious enough to be part of the Housing Choice Voucher Program. The tenant pays 30% of their adjusted rent to the landlord. We supplement the rest. So for example, if the rent is $2,000 for a one bedroom, that's what they're going for now, 30% of an adjusted income might be $200. The tenant pays $200, the housing authority pays the $1,800.
And those funds come from the federal government, right?
That is all federal money, yes.
And so it's a very well used program in our city, it appears.
It is the way it works, and I can come back to you with you know a little bit more of how it works. Is HUD gives us a certain amount of money. They give us $350,000 a month to pay rents. They tell us you can only serve up to 274 clients. Reality is that 350 only allows us to serve 250. So even though they're saying you can help these many people, reality is it's not enough. And the challenge the housing authority has is we must lease up 97% of the 372 vouchers that they tell us. So that's a big challenge. That's a challenge that every housing authority is facing, not being able to meet those numbers for HUD. So it's a challenge. It's a really huge challenge.
But it's a very nice benefit to those who qualify and are participating in the program.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Thank
Ms.
you.
Basua, the reason why we can't meet that challenge is because we don't have enough units. We don't have enough.
That is correct. We don't have the open units. We don't have enough landlords coming onto the program. And even though we have gone up, we've done our best to try to go up to market rate on these units. Unfortunately, the landlords in the open market are being able to rent their two-bedroom units for $2,800, where the housing program will only pay up to $2,400. So they would rather, the landlords would rather, you know, get the $2,800 and not rent to the housing program. So that's a challenge that we're facing.
And council, in the interest of Brown Act compliance, I would, right.
All right.
If
Thank you,
I,
Mr. Patu.
if I could just note that that's the exact kind of educational outreach we can do. So I think,
Yeah,
with that
and
direction we talked
the
about. we
only
can-
thing I'm gonna add to that is I would want it to be an educational video, something that we add on our YouTube channel, because even though we had our landscape presentations last week, that was if people made it there, then they saw it, but then if they didn't see it, then yeah, it's
Mm.
gone. So that's the only thing that I want to add to my amended motion. So I still want us to receive and file the report and provide educational information, something that's going to last, such as YouTube videos or videos on our website that people can watch.
We can do that with our existing staff resources.
I'm not sure if I'm going to get a second on that.
I will second that motion.
Any other motions? Okay, City Clerk, may we have a vote?
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Hearing none, motion passes unanimously.
Okay. We're going to move on to item number 12, City Mural Project. I will now turn it over to City Manager James Vega.
Thank you. And, for the mural project, just a very high-level summary because the staff report includes more background. But in about 2021, the city discussed creating a city mural project that would be funded through the Community Benefit Fund with the Community Benefit Fund between the city and the port. The city created a mural committee, which now includes Councilmember Hernandez and Mayor Martinez to develop a proposal for council consideration. Fast forward a couple years, and on April 21st of this year, staff and ad hoc committee member Hernandez met with members of the Oxnard Performing Arts Center to discuss a proposal whereby the Oxnard Performing Arts Center could help facilitate the installation of a mural. The Oxnard Performing Arts Center had recently held a pop-up mural that allowed members of the public to participate in actually going and painting part of the mural. And so that was sort of what initiated that conversation. There was a discussion about similar project ideas, and potentially that led to a discussion of a mural being placed on the west-facing wall at the library. And so on July 11th, 2023, the city issued a request for proposals for facilitation of the murals. The city received interest from 3 vendors, but only one actually submitted, and that one ended up being the Oxnard Performing Arts Center. And so that proposal is included in the packet. The proposal includes essentially 3 pieces. First, to work with 3 artists to obtain 3 different renderings for consideration, and that would be $2,400 of the costs. Second, an artist fee for the artist selected, including all their supplies and equipment, would be $24,000 of the cost. Third, the project administration by the Performing Arts Center would be $8,600 of the cost, for a total of $35,000. And then the proposal included additionally the opportunity for what they're calling 2 pop-up murals, 2 temporary murals that could be added to the project as well. At this time, the council has the proposal from the Performing Arts Center. The council could approve that main mural proposal for the $35,000 and either hold off on the 2 temporary projects or approve all of them, conditional on receiving the final approval of the final $10,000 from the Community Benefit Fund, which is currently scheduled for an October 9th meeting. But it could be approved pending that funding, or council could alternatively provide feedback to the committee for any potential changes or desires. And then last, we shared, and I meant to bring a copy and I wasn't able to, but we shared a copy of the mural committee's recommendations, but I did want to provide an opportunity for the mural committee members to give more background on the project. The staff report is very much just the factual timeline, but I think it'd be appropriate for the mural committee to give some explanation of why they are recommending the Performing Arts Center proposal. So I would suggest Councilmember Hernandez or
I'll give it off to Councilmember Hernandez.
Thank you, Mr. Vega. So the development of this mural project has been over a year plus in the making. And the vision was to create an artist rendering of the um, historical events that have occurred here in Hueneme, beginning with the Shumash, the establishment of the port, the creation of the building of the Navy base, and other historical events of significance. We're going to leave that, the plan is to leave that up to the artist renderings for them to take this conceptually and return to us with their ideas of what might work best. We've already selected a wall at the library, working in conjunction with the county library. The library mural will be painted there. And in working with OPEC staff, we've had several meetings. We have Carolyn and Raphael here who can help answer questions. But I believe they're uniquely qualified to, due to their experience with other murals and their work with artists around the county and beyond. Their plan is under their contractual responsibilities according to the proposal that you have in your packet. They will issue the solicitations for the mural renderings. They will administer honorariums to those artists who submit renderings of the topics that we're talking about or that we've asked for. They'll prepare the wall, they'll provide the supplies, the materials, and any needed equipment, such as a lift that might be needed to reach the top of the wall. And they'll work closely with the City Council Ad Hoc Committee as they proceed through this process. I understand that we have 40,000, oh, James just left, 40,000 from the Community Benefit Fund to cover, maybe even more than that, to cover the cost of the library mural. The cost of the interactive murals, we don't know that we have the money yet, but I'd like to seek approval for that in the event that money does become available. And then the way this is going to work, I would like to invite the council to select, I mean, this is the beginning of what I hope to see is a public art program. And in order to have a good public art program, we need an art commission. And my hope was that each council member would have an opportunity to appoint somebody of their choosing to serve on that art commission who would help evaluate the renderings, who could look in the future to other public art projects that come along to help apply for grants for funding some of these art projects. So that's the vision, and that's the kind of while we're approving this tonight, or hopefully approving this tonight, the long-term vision is to build on this and create a public art program for the city of Port Hueneme. Bob,
Yeah.
Mayor, did you want to say anything?
No, I just want to get a couple things. I want to clarify, how much money do we have aside for the mural? Because I know Councilmember Hernandez just said maybe like 40,000, but is it 40 or is it 25?
So, working with our community development team, we researched because there was some confusion about what had been approved each year. And the documentation we have shows 15,000 from 2021, 25,000 from 2022, it's for a total of 40,000. And
So
then
it is 40.
that's the
And then
records that
additional
our community
10.
development team found.
So we have a total of 50,000 then?
And so,
Possibly.
well, the 10,000 is pending the community
Right, right.
community benefit fund approval, which is scheduled for October 9th.
Okay.
So that would make it 50,000 if it's approved.
So I came on a little later on this committee, but the only thing I would have wanted to add, or that I did add, was I would want to see not just the history, but like the thinking of like the past, the present, and the future, kind of like where the city's going. So like an image of where we want to head. And the other thing that I had added was, and I think there is some language on there for high school participation and youth participation in the mural project. I don't know if we can ask Carolyn and I'm sorry, Sergio, Rafael. I'm sorry about that. Just to kind of clarify how the youth would be incorporated into the mural project, if you can.
Yeah, I may have missed that part, but we do want, the community engagement piece is very important to and an integral part of this project. So we're hoping to somehow include the students from the art programs from our local schools in the painting of the mural.
Good evening. Thanks for having us. This is Rafael Perea de la Cabada. He was also in the proposal. There's a lot of ways we can go about this, and artists have a way of working. So I think this is a conversation that we would have to have with, the proposed artists, the three that we present to you, and obviously the person who you finally select to work on the project. You're more of an artist than I am. I'm actually not an artist. I'm an arts administrator. So I think the team that we have presented represents, I think all of the facets that you need to engage in a really well thought out public art project or initiative. Jenny Lynn Tumalad, who cannot, actually, she just got married, so her last name is Bailon. So you'll see that in the proposal. It's hard to change. But she's facilitated murals for the city of Oxnard. She's worked for the Getty Museum, the Lucas Museum of Narrative Art. I mean, and just an incredible person. She had a conflict tonight and couldn't be here, but she currently works for the Center for Cultural Innovation. So she's very much like a leader in the arts and strategic thinking. Do you have any comments?
No, actually, I was just invited to come and see the presentation. I wasn't prepared to give a talk. You mentioned the youth, and I have worked with the youth for many years. I taught at Santa Barbara City College for like 27 years, painting and drawing, and I have participated in public projects. And for me, I always have a strong interest in supporting the youth. And I have worked in murals for the museums with the youth and trying to piece together an image that makes sense for the request as well as for the interest of the youth. So I guess the only thing I can say is that I appreciate that you guys are considering a mural or just the arts in general. I think that's so essential in a community. So the way I see my participation with the performing arts is just to facilitate, somehow navigate the complexities of what you're proposing. I'm an artist. I'm not interested in making my own designs, or I'm very interested in guiding in the way I can with my intuition, also my experience, try to guide the process. So I'm pretty open to collaboration, I think.
So Rafael, you and I, in one of our earlier meetings, had a discussion about the importance of doing this mural right, and because it's our first one, and if we want to see a successful public art program, we want to make sure it's done professionally. And so we talked about the use of students who are trained to paint murals, and I'm hoping we can find them within our school districts. We haven't talked about training for them, but maybe we can talk about that. But I think it's really important that when we do involve youth, that we have that they're equipped and ready to take on a project like that, because we want this to come out really well. It has to. It's our first one. It's got to be good, right?
No, I agree. I think personally, I don't compromise in quality in terms of what I'm aiming for. There are many things that can fluctuate, things can change, it's just life, but quality, I think, is essential. By quality, I mean really commitment and content and everything that is necessary to present an image that is going to stay there for I don't know how long. There's so much pollution, image-wise, that I see as an artist that I don't want to be part of one that looks like that. So that's my personal comment about it.
Thank you.
All right. Does council have any questions for staff at this time?
Thank you for coming this evening. And I heard you say that you will bring to the council 3 renderings. And so I'm hearing my Councilmember Hernandez and our mayor talk about the youth. And I know absolutely we want the youth to participate, but when you say that you're going to bring us 3 renderings, tell me a little bit about that process. And in your mind, have you already been thinking about the youth for this mural or as we move forward?
I think everything's on the table. And Jenny Lynn and Raphael and I have talked about, what would be the best methodology moving forward. We could have done an open call for artists and, see what comes to the table. I mean, that's not necessarily off the table either. When Councilmember Hernandez and I were speaking, we weren't sure about deadlines, like when you wanted to get the mural done. So I think that's also an indicator. But I think our consensus was if we can identify 3 artists that we have confidence in and who would be a good fit for this project, we commission them to, right, artists need to get paid. This is their living. So we want to honor that. So hiring 3 artists to do their renderings that we can present, whether that's to the committee first for input or to the full council. They'll make revisions based on your comments and, we'll come back to the table with those. So I don't want to sign any artist up for how they have to work with students. I want to have that conversation with them and just be very thoughtful. And again, I think here we are, and you were the city, setting the bar, right? Where is our commitment level and our integrity in terms of the arts? What do we want to represent your city in the city landscape? I mean, I was kind of thinking in the seats about, the soundtrack to your life, right? This is kind of like the visual soundtrack for the city, and this is the first song on the playlist. So how do you want to start off? So I applaud you for thinking about this, doing your due diligence, considering us. And even though we're the Oxnard Performing Arts Center Corporation nonprofit, it's a mouthful. I mean, we're doing so much more than that. We've been doing visual arts now for a number of years. We have a robust children's art program, teen art program, monthly family art night. We started a gallery at the Mexican consulate because our local art museums are closed. There really is such a void in this community for access to the arts. And we just launched this fall a $60,000 Artists in Schools program, visual artists in residency program in the high school. So, we are committed to visual arts. I want you to think of OPAC as kind of the hub for arts, and not just for Oxnard, but really for, our region. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm all for student engagement on the arts, and I'm having a hard time with why we want to go to OPAC to administer our art program when we could go to the high schools. And I know I was in communications with Roger Adams, assistant superintendent, and he was informing me of grants that they have available. And so I just think that the cost is quite high. I do think I read that the Carmen Ramirez Memorial piece was done for $1,600.
That was administered through the City of Oxnard's recreation program, and I guess
Okay,
they paid
so
for supplies. I don't think they compensated the artist for his time to do that mural. So again, I think it's what the city wants to do. And
and so what I've always tried to advocate for is working with the youth artists in the high schools because I know they're extremely talented. You look at our art displays that we have here every now and then, amazing work. And so that's what I wanted. I wanted to see the program go in that direction. And so this is not necessarily what I envisioned. So having a hard time getting on board. So I would, again, it's quite expensive. And I think we need to be really good stewards of our budgets, especially when our budgets are tight. And I know this is coming from our community benefit fund, but I believe that, I don't know, I'm just a little concerned about I'd like to see more youth involvement right from the get-go.
Any questions?
So I just want to make sure that I understand because I'm listening to everyone here. So we're talking about a program, starting a program. So this is a mural. So this is not the program.
Right.
The program is yet to come. So we're going to have wonderful opportunities to use our community and the youth in the program. Okay, great. Thank you.
I guess
I was just gonna say,
we're already kind of mixing in comments. So I guess in one of the areas where I kind of might differ a little bit from Councilmember Hernandez is We do have a citizen advisory committee, right? And we did already allow for them to talk about art.
Yeah, we have.
We have the Citizens Advisory Committee, and I believe, now I'm getting them and Reach mixed up, but one of the two has art included in their charter
Okay,
at this point.
so my idea was until that group can no longer work on the art, then, and there was a need for the arts committee or to be established, then we would establish the arts committee in, at once the
Yeah,
time
I
is.
was just talking about the vision, and this item here is just strictly about the mural.
Okay.
We'd still have to come back and decide whether or not an arts commission is reasonable or if it can be done through the Citizens Advisory Council. The only thing with the Citizens Advisory Council is the members that sit on there may not have an artistic leaning. So,
True.
so we'd have to consider that. And Reach has, well, that's another story, so.
Okay, are there any more questions? Are there any public comments regarding this item?
No public comments.
The recommendation is to determine whether to authorize the city manager to execute an agreement approved as to form by the city attorney with the Oxnard Performing Arts Center for a team of 2 years and not to exceed the amount of $35,000 for the production of a permanent mural plus up to 12 for 2 temporary mural projects. And I just want to say thank you for Carolyn and Rafael for being here today. Is there a motion and a second?
Move to approve.
I'll second.
And then just to clarify, we're approving the 35 for the production of the permit mural. And then if we have, once we get the 12, because we still haven't received some extra funds from the community benefit fund, then that would come after, right?
That's to confirm that's coming out of the Community Benefit Fund.
Okay.
And so I know there's been some confusion and some talk back and forth about one set of records showed 10,000 less, I think, than the other set of records. Whatever it comes, we believe we've solved that, but when we confirm, whatever we have the money to do with the community benefit fund is what we will proceed with.
Okay. Did we get a second? If not, I'll second it. Okay.
Could we consider amending the motion to, rather than going to the high school, Channel Islands High School has a tremendous art program. They got super talented students, but could we not go there first and see what they could come up with renderings? I've seen their work firsthand at various high schools, whether it's Channel Islands, Hueneme, but there are some talented students there. And I mean,
I believe
for
that-
me, I would really want to make that effort to engage the students and their art teachers. I know they're capable of meeting our needs. And that's been my vision all along, is that we involve the high school art departments in our community and you know, they're talented.
I think there's room for in the future as
the future
Councilwoman-
isn't now.
we
As-
voted on this already last.
I would
at the
like
last
to make
meeting.
a comment. Well, while I do believe that there's some very talented student artists, I believe that for our first professional mural that's going to be on the side of a building, I think we need to make sure that it's done professionally. While that doesn't degrade the talent of students, they're still students.
Call for the vote.
It does, I mean, giving them a chance to participate, I think is fair. I mean,
They will have a chance to participate. Call for the vote.
Madam Clerk, can we please take a vote?
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Councilmember Gama, voting no, 401. Thank you. Motion passes.
Okay, thank you, Madam Clerk. We're going to move on to item number 13, committee request for assistance with the formation of and ongoing support for the Port Hueneme Nonprofit Sister City Organization and out-of-state travel request, Hueneme Nonprofit Sister City Organization and out-of-state travel request. I will now turn it over to City Manager James Vega.
Thank you. So the Sister City item is the City Council adopted a resolution to create a sister city relationship with Puerto Vallarta earlier this year, in April of this year. The city also since that time has received and guided representatives from Puerto Vallarta in July of this year. And so as the committee continues to work on September 5th, was that the last meeting? 2 meetings ago, Mayor Martinez requested and the city council approved as a future agenda item, an item to consider authorizing the use of staff resources to formulate the sister city nonprofit organization and potentially to facilitate and promote meetings. So in the report, we talked about what each of those things entails. For example, formulating the nonprofit, we estimate would require 25 hours of city attorney time at an estimated cost of about $4,500. And so that would be the cost to file the paperwork and everything to create the nonprofit organization. And then we also note that for staff support of the meetings, that we estimate about 5 hours of staff time per meeting to provide support, assuming that it would include attending the meeting, helping to facilitate, taking minutes, and helping to research any items that need follow-up. And so we estimated that's 5 hours of staff time per meeting. And so the item includes a few recommendations for council to consider. And one is to provide direction about whether to provide that staff and contract support for the sister city organization. But the second and third item are related to a pending request from the sister city organization for travel to Puerto Vallarta. And so the item 2 is for the city council to consider whether to approve out-of-state travel. All out-of-state travel requests have to be reviewed and approved by council prior to approval. And so that's item 2. And then item 3 would be, if that is approved, to then consider approving the substitute teacher reimbursement in the amount of $600 to cover the mayor's absence during those travel days. So again, 3 main questions for the council. One would be whether to provide staff and city attorney support and to what level. And then 2 and 3 would be whether to approve the out-of-state travel and the substitute teacher reimbursement. So with that, we're happy to answer any questions.
And I just want to mention, I'm going to recuse myself for the third item. Are there any questions for staff?
Is this in the budget?
So the sister city, the travel, so the travel portion would either be funded by the Community Benefit Fund potentially, which currently has a proposed $7,500 in this year's budget, subject to that approval between the city and the port. And then if that is not approved or not available, then the travel would be funded from the individual city council travel accounts, which is available, but would reduce the funding available for any other travel this year potentially.
Yeah, I just want to, my problem is, our budget. We have a deficit. We're way over budget. We have a structural deficit, and we're entertaining spending before we've had a chance to really hear from you how we're going to address these budget problems. So, I think this is discretionary spending, and I would feel way more comfortable if we dealt with our budget problems first before we consider new discretionary spending.
You do realize that it would either come out of the Community Benefit Fund or our very own travel fund, right?
Regardless, it still has to come from our budget. I mean, so whether Community Benefit Fund or our budget, we're still, we're in a deficit. We've overspent. We were told what we wanted to hear for 3 long years, and now we're realizing that we have a real structural problem. I mean, we went from 15 million to 7, 9, and we have an overage that we're anticipating with the Bubbling Springs, 2 to 3 million. So then we have this cannabis problem that's out there. I mean, we have a budget problem. So I'm just making the point that we should get our budget under control before we do discretionary spending. I think that's prudent. And I want to be able to, a year from now, show substantial improvement on our current situation.
I'm gonna let Mayor Pro Tem, if that's okay. I know usually I let her go at the end, but I'm gonna let her go first.
Mr. Gama, while I appreciate your comment, did you go to the Cal League of City conference? That was paid out of discretionary funds as well, part of the spending account that we each have for travel and stuff.
Right, and we also are capped. I mean, and that's in our budget. So if we're gonna exceed those amounts, then
That will be part of that for next year, but I believe this will be passed through the Community Benefit Fund.
So I have a question.
Actually,
Oh,
Ms.
I'm sorry.
Yeah,
Queen
that's okay.
LaJohn?
City manager, when you mentioned that the funding would come out of the individual's budgets and that would prohibit possibly travel in the future, do you mean that individual council member, not the overall pool?
Correct. So each council member has an individual travel budget, and I want to say it's $2,500, but that's off the top of my head per year in the budget. And so essentially, if that ends up being used for this travel, then it means that council member wouldn't be able to do
Yeah,
other
just
travel.
wanted it
Yep.
to know that,
Yep.
because I thought you were referring to then possibly I wouldn't get to travel at the end of the year. So I'm just want to
No.
be clear at
Well,
that.
that's something that, we're tracking it closely because it ends up, there is like a total amount, but we are not, part of why we're going through these exercises and talking about the budget is because I don't want to get to the point where we look and realize we spent all our travel budget and certain people didn't get to travel, or
Right.
one person didn't get to travel. So that's part of the intent of what we're doing is to have each council member, we're sort of trying to keep that so that each council member has an equal opportunity to travel.
Right.
And
'Cause
just for the
I'm just
reference,
saving
I've
money.
never used mine, so I would gladly donate
Right.
to make sure because I did not go to any conferences and
I was gonna mention,
you.
I don't think we've been using it up, like, at least not since I've been here.
Can I finish my question?
Yes.
please? So I did have a couple of questions regarding the item in general. Is it customary for the city to help with the nonprofit? I'm just trying to ask to try to understand.
I think, and city attorney might be able to speak more to this than me, is so cities don't have to have nonprofits, but then again, having a nonprofit comes in handy sometimes because nonprofits can do things that cities can't do. So we don't have to have a nonprofit, it's not mandatory. But when a city creates a nonprofit, I have seen cities sort of initiate that process, and I think we did do that with Reach, but I will now look over and ask the city. attorney.
Actually, can I add something first? The city doesn't have to do it. But from what I understand is it's a good way to get us going, and then eventually the sister city should become independent and not need the city's help.
I'm just making my way to the end of trying to get in my mind what's going on.
And
So yeah, I understand that.
That's what I had learned. And so Santa Barbara right now, they're completely independent from the city, and they actually do a lot of fundraising, and they don't need any help from the city.
Got it. Yeah, so I'm trying to get there though.
Right.
So okay. And so as far as the service so let me just go to the end point here. So I believe that the city, this is a new committee, something that we're taking on, the sister city. Yes, I think the city can help with the nonprofit. I think the city can help with the establishment of the organization. But I do think it needs to be for a limited time till we get to a certain level. And then, like you said, then the committee needs to be self-sufficient. And that's the way that sister cities generally work through dues, right? Which
Mhm.
means that we have to get people to participate, right? And
Keep in mind,
and the other thing is that we want to make sure that we do use the community, because we as council members may come and go.
Right.
And so
Mhm.
you need the people to be able to continue with the organization. So that's why it's important for us not to use the city, to continue to use the city in the effort, because it's really not a city organization. I know it's a city organization, but it's not one that should be run by the city, should be run by the people. And so the questioning I was going to ask was going to take me to that comment. And so I support the support of the city, but for a limited time, and we can talk about what that timing should be.
And then the only other thing I'll mention is Santa Barbara has over half a century that they've been doing this. And that's one of the reasons why they are self-sustaining. This is new to us. And so we're a little late in the game, but
Yeah, I'm just a little,
I have a question. I haven't had a chance to speak yet. Is that okay?
Councilmember Hernandez?
Thank you. So just to understand the recommendation, I understand number one, that's to provide funds to establish the nonprofit. On item number two, are we coming back to council with a specific travel request, or is
No,
this it?
no, so we didn't have specifics on, the specific, airfare or things like that. But at the way we drafted it was approving the request for out-of-state travel up to the person's budget authority,
Okay.
essentially. So that's what we'd approve. If the costs end up being higher than that, we would come back to council to discuss that further.
Okay. Because the dates are coming up at the end of this month.
Yeah, I think our understanding was towards the end of this month.
Yeah, and I'm looking at ways to supplement, I have a timeshare that I possibly can use, which will cover lodging for not only me, but maybe several other attendees. So I'm looking at some other ways where we don't have to draw upon the city purse.
And then in term of how many times we should meet, I was gonna suggest every other month. That would be 30 hours of staff time per year.
Yeah, and I think tomorrow, when we meet, we have the meeting, we can ask the group how often they think
Yeah, and
they'd
if
like
they
to meet.
think that's too much, we can always go,
Right.
we can always lower it. But I'm suggesting we at least start off with 6 times a year, every other month on even months. Councilmember Gama?
yeah, I just want to, revisit what we did with Reach and how that worked out. Um, we stood it up and we financed it, and it was very costly. And again, what's the budget moving forward? Like, how much are we going to expend to stand up the Sister City Committee? I don't think we know that. And I'm just a little leery of spending right now, considering our budget problems.
Any other questions? And I guess at this point, comments also?
Yeah, so number one, in a motion, I would like to hear what is the time frame by which you're requesting that the city support. So when we get to that, I would like to hear that if you're prepared for that. And as a resident of Port Hueneme, I heard Councilwoman Hernandez speak about other people in the committee are traveling with you all from Port Hueneme?
Anybody who's on the
Yeah.
committee is invited to
Yeah.
come, as well as council members,
Mhm.
but we're not paying for them.
No,
They
but I'm
pay-
asking, you said other members, so you've already confirmed that other members of the committee are already.
Yeah,
are
they
going.
want to go, yes.
Okay,
Yeah,
there
they
is
are
an
interested.
Yes.
But we are still looking, I mean, part of this is also getting support from the city to help us advertise and get it going. And also, I mean, using the conference room, and if it grows to be as big as Santa Barbara, then maybe using this room. So I'm suggesting that we have access to the conference room, and then have staff support, and then also have and help us. I think part of those, correct me if I'm wrong, city manager, part of those 5 hours can be used for helping us advertise and getting the information out.
Yes.
Because up until now, it's just been Councilmember Hernandez and myself, and I don't know if anybody saw the video that I made, but I mean, we're putting in effort, but we're new to this, and this is one of the reasons why we're asking for help. And if I had to ask, how long would I want the support for? I mean, at least a year, but I might want to say like I would like it to be at least, let's say a year and a half, 2 years. I don't know what you think would be necessary or would be sufficient. We can always say for a year and then ask for it again for another year after that. I'm okay with whatever the council agrees on. I don't think that this is something that needs to continue on forever, like their support. But we're definitely not at the level of Santa Barbara. They've set the bar high, but we're learning a lot.
I'd be honest, I would prefer that it's less time more than more. And I'm not saying less is 6 months, whatever. You said a year or 2 years. I just think sometimes when you give yourself too much time, then you don't really take the time to do the things that you need to do to get it up and running. So I think that we need to make sure that we're thinking about that in the planning to help us to be able to move forward and not kind of wait because we have extra time.
So we do need time to come up with our strategic plan and to form and to stand up our organization, to form our organization's leadership before we can really stand on our own. So I'm not sure how many meetings that would take. It could take 4 to 6 meetings to be able to do that.
6 meetings would be a year. And then it doesn't necessarily mean that staff would use all 5 hours. I mean, it's an estimation.
I think there's an additional timing concern that council needs to be aware of, is that it will likely take 18 months for the IRS to give a determination letter as to whether or not the entity meets the nonprofit requirements. So once you have entity formation, then you get an FEIN, then you submit, the 1024 to the IRS. Then once you get an IRS determination letter, then you submit to the FTB. I think it's Form 3200. It's been a little while since I've done this. And then everything is backdated, but this process takes a long time.
But I do think that we can still, that doesn't preclude us from taking the steps to stand on our own.
Right.
To do the fundraising perhaps, and maybe we use REACH or another organization as a fiduciary. But I think we still can move forward.
Right. Donations to a city are tax exempt. So the nonprofit doesn't really change that. It creates a separate entity outside of the city to do that. The other thing is that given the 18-month potential of to get IRS determination, that's due to a recent conversation I had with somebody about creating another nonprofit entity, is how long the IRS backlog is at the moment. Having kind of a sunset provision of like 2 years, you're likely looking at winding this thing up or asking it to stand on its own just at the time it gets its tax exempt determination. It's going to be a longer time frame than that, I think.
So are there any other questions? Are there any public comments regarding this item?
Yes, we have one public comment from Rich Rollins.
I like your shirt. Well, good evening, everybody. I'm very much in favor of a sister city program. I think it promotes understanding, fellowship, better understanding of cultures. I've been involved in a number of these programs directly in the city of Santa Monica, city of Culver City. I have checked with various local cities, Oxnard, Santa Barbara, Ventura, and Camarillo. They all have robust sister city programs. In each case, however, these are grassroots, community-based organizations. The money is raised by fundraisers, corporate donations, a variety of different ways. They are not funded by the city itself. They are funded by, as I say, individual memberships, corporations, those types of things. Recently, we took the first step to do this. As it was mentioned earlier, we had members of the city of Puerto Vallarta come here from their sister city program. I talked to many of those people, and while we provided housing and those type of things, all the funding, they paid for it directly themselves or through their various different businesses to help support that program. I guess the one issue that I'm in favor of a city providing incidental support, what Mayor Martinez was talking about, like providing room space and those types of things. Those were all done in other cities. They help support it. But again, they don't fund it per se. That is something that is a grassroots thing that the community decides that's what they really want to do, and they put the effort in. Very similar to like a Lions Club or whatever, where they put that money into that program. As a committee, we've had one meeting right now, and I was a part of that meeting. And unfortunately, we've only had a very minimal response to this point. Not that it can't be really robust and we can get a lot of people, but I think as a precursor, we're kind of perhaps moving a little bit forward too quickly as to how much the community itself really wants to be involved in it. I hope they are. I think it's a good program, but that's to see at this particular point. So any support funding, maybe in-house that we can do to maybe help support the organization, that I could see moving forward. Any particular events that we do right now, I think is a little bit preliminary in that one of the things that I'm probably concerned about is the fact that we are expending funds for our city council to go. And I double checked City of Santa Barbara, City of Oxnard, all of those people that have, all of those cities that have sister city programs. Councilmen may be involved in it, but they pay for it on their own as part of the community. It's not something that's a necessity to run city council business. So that's my thoughts on it. And then I guess just real quickly, I hear all this talk about like we have limited funds and we need to look at our budgets and things. And I was a part of even the money that you receive for travel, that's still city taxpayer dollars. It's put into a different fund, but it's still city taxpayer dollars. So it's not something that the community is not paying for in one way or the other. And so I want you to be very careful on how you spend that. That's it.
Are there any other public comments?
No further public comments.
All right, the recommendation is to, could we leave off number 3 for now, and then that way I can recuse myself for number 3, and I still want to vote for the other 2. The recommendation is to consider the committee request to utilize staff and contract resources to formulate a nonprofit Port Hueneme Sister City Association and provide other specified support. And number 2, consider the committee request to authorize out-of-state travel for Mayor Bobby Martinez and Councilmember Laura Hernandez to represent the city of Port Hueneme and Puerto Vallarta in association with Port Hueneme Sister City Partnership. Is there a motion and a second?
Second, motion. I'll move.
What?
I'm sorry. It's getting late. No. Let me start over. So moved.
And then for
We need a second.
yeah,
so-
I'll set.
I'd like to amend the motion, if I can do that. I move to approve number 1, recommendation number 1, and recommendation number 2 with the max hours that are stated in the document. So 25 hours for the city manager's, city attorney's time for the nonprofit, the 5 hours. So I just want to make sure on the record, what I'm approving is what's established here. Any exceeding of this needs to either come back. I just want to make sure we stay with these numbers.
Yeah, and that's how we would approach it if that's approved, is that if it starts to exceed that level, we'd come back to council for that discussion.
So, do I need to amend my motion to stipulate, that the motion,
And
right, but I have to agree to amend it, right?
I did a new motion.
Oh, it was a new motion.
Yes,
Okay,
an amended motion.
all
So I
right,
need a
so,
second.
go ahead.
does that include us using the conference room motion?
Whatever is included in this area, that's a no-cost item using the conference.
Okay.
We would recommend approving that, yeah.
Okay.
We have two motions.
And
So nobody seconded mine?
I just wanted to mention also, does that include at least 6 meetings for the next year?
There's going to be a lot to come back on setting up a new corporation. The board of directors hasn't been identified, executive compensation hasn't been discussed, who the executives are, who's the treasurer. There's a lot that goes into establishing a nonprofit corporation. So we're going to have to come back on this to get some direction.
And there's going to be stand-up costs, right?
Yeah, like off the
I
top
understand that, but he
off the
just
top of
added
my
a
head,
budget.
on top of like in 2018, I think you had to pay the IRS at least $850 for filing fees. I think you had to pay the state of California at least $500 for filing fees on top of corporate formation and things of that nature. So there's a lot to this. There's a lot of moving parts.
Are we still in discussion mode or?
Yes.
Yeah.
There's a motion.
So, I just feel like if the community wants this, the community would step forward and make it happen. And I feel like, our experience with Reach never became a fundraising organization. And this is eerily similar. And, the people, I mean, it takes a lot to raise funds, a lot of work. You have to have a lot of energy. You have to be out, work. And, I just feel like that if we're going to stand this up, then it could be, the city financing all this. And I don't even know if we have it in the budget. So I'm just very leery of where this is going to end up.
I would just add, why would the council put me as a sister city on the sister city committee? Like, why would you guys put me on this task and put me to put so much work and so much effort if we're not gonna have a sister city committee? Like that'll be my only like comment to that. I know you might say, oh, $4,500, but then
No, what I'm saying is, where's that apparatus to raise the funds so it can be self-sufficient?
well,
Is the
we
interest
would
there?
we would get there.
We have to work toward that. And what the city's doing is helping stand us up so that we can have that organization. And contrary to some of the comments that I've heard, we do have a large interest in
Yeah.
this. We have to build it, and then people will be willing to come forward. We already have a good group of people, about 20
Yeah.
people.
Right, but will it?
Unfortunately,
interested
yeah, it's been difficult to like set up the meetings and making sure everybody can make it there. But there are people that are interested.
I understand all that, but I'm just wondering is the organization going to be able to carry itself?
Well, we're hoping so. I mean, there's some things that we're going to do that Reach hasn't done. And I mean, to compare it and say it's eerily similar to Reach
Not
is unfair because we haven't even built the organization yet. We intend to be a working body. So, and we've got to build that organization first before we can even stand on our own. So we need to get to that part. We approved this back in 2019. So the city's been behind this since that time. And now that we're launching it, to start pulling back when the city's already agreed is like reversing a vote. So
I would only ask if you could be more optimistic and not be so negative. You know, because you keep bringing up the budget, but
Yeah, the
you make it
budget's
sound
busted.
like it's really that bad
It is.
in your point of view, you know, but
We should,
that's your universe, that's your mind.
no, so, yes, at the risk of sounding negative, the budget, as we know it, is kind of busted right now. The budget that we approved is upside down. I
Can you
mean,
have a comment on that, Mr. City Manager?
So
Because it's been repeated, and I'm
Several times.
concerned that
Repeated
it's,
it too,
we're
yeah.
passing on misinformation here.
So, sort of sticking to the facts of the presentation we did about 2 months ago was we came back and pointed out that if you account for capital improvement projects, which most cities have some mechanism to fund capital improvement projects on a year-to-year basis. So if we include capital improvement projects, the budget that had appeared balanced was actually underfunded by, or had a structural deficit of about $3 million a year. So if you can recall, we brought an item to postpone some CIP projects to help offset that so that that deficit's down to about $2 million. And our plan is when we do the mid-year budget review in January, that we're going to bring additional items back for potential reductions to try to balance the budget. Until that budget is balanced, essentially, we would be utilizing reserve to make up that difference. So that is something that we have to work towards balancing because the reserves has been on a downward trend over the last 2 years and projected over the next 3 years. So we're trying to sort of balance it so that the reserves stop dropping every year. So how how each person's perspective of that is up to them, but it's I think it's factual to say that at this point it's a structural deficit that we're planning to try to recommend adjustments to in January. So
And to follow up that question, oh, sorry, Martha, go ahead. The travel costs for council, for conferences and such, it's already built into the budget.
those are in that budget. So if there's any item coming forward that has any new impact that isn't somewhere in the budget, we would point that out and say this is going to even reduce that fund balance further. I think I'm trying to just sort of be fair to everyone. I think the thought is the more we spend some of these funds, the harder it's going to be to find the $2 million savings over the next few months, which is fair to say. But it all comes back to what we said at that time, which is it's just going to mean we have to prioritize everything we do. And so just like before that conversation to now, the question is what we're doing a priority? And that's what the council has to decide.
And then question, we can take that $600 for my sub out of my travel fund too, right?
We should be able to do that, to identify that coming out of your travel fund. Yeah.
And that also doesn't include the fact that we can still get money from the community. I mean, we're scheduled to receive money from the community benefit fund,
It's
right?
currently on the list of projects being considered in the next couple of weeks for that.
Okay.
So I will amend my motion, hopefully for the last. So I move that we accept the recommendation number 1 to utilize the staff and contract resources to formulate the nonprofit, and number 2 to authorize out-of-state travel for our mayor and council member Laura Hernandez, and that we stay within the listed timeframes for each of the staff's support, and that the staff support the committee up to 6 meetings or 1 year.
I'll second that.
Any other motions? Any discussion? Okay, Madam Clerk, can we take a vote?
I'm just going to do a roll call vote. Councilmember Gama. Councilmember Hernandez.
Yes.
Councilmember McQueen-Lejeune.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Perez.
Yes.
And Mayor Martinez.
Yes.
Motion passes 4-1 with Councilmember Gama voting no.
Okay, and I'm gonna move out. Well, I'm not gonna vote for number 3, but I did want to be part of the discussion for the other items. So I don't know if there's any motion to approve that.
Mayor, you have to
Oh.
hand it off to Mayor Pro Tem and leave the room.
Okay.
So the recommendation is, number one, consider the committee request to utilize staff and contract resources to formulate a nonprofit Port Hueneme Sister City Association and provide other specified support. Two, consider the committee request to authorize out-of-state travel for Mayor Bobby Martinez and Councilmember Laura Hernandez to represent the city of Port Hueneme in Puerto Vallarta in association with Port Hueneme Sister City Partnership. And three, out-of-state travel is approved. Consider the committee request to authorize teacher leave reimbursement for substitute teacher costs pursuant to Education Code Section 44987.3B in the amount of $600 payable to the Oxnard Unified School District to cover Mayor Bobby Martinez's absence from Tuesday, October 31st, 2023 through Friday, November 3rd, 2023. So we already have a,
I'll make a motion to approve number 3.
I think you misspoke.
No, well, I'm just making a motion to
I mean,
approve.
yeah, so we're only
We're only going to approve
talking about number 3.
number
but it's the
3.
Oxnard Union High School District.
Oxnard Unified School District.
It's not it. It's,
Well, that's what it says in the,
I know it's,
Yeah, it should be Oxnard Union School District. That's our mistake.
Oxnard Union High School District.
Motion amended to make sure it reads Oxnard Union High School District. Recommending approval of item 3.
Move to approve.
A second?
Okay.
We're all screwed.
Yeah.
Madam Clerk, would you please?
Okay, I'm gonna do a roll call again. So Councilmember Gama,
vote no, but I know that this is going to pass, and so can I also vote to approve Mayor Martinez's out-of-state travel? Because isn't that a second?
That's what we're voting on. Yeah.
We know, but no, it's going to pass, and I want Bobby to be reimbursed.
So you're voting no
So-
on his reimbursement?
So no on number 3.
Yeah.
I'm just voting no.
okay. Councilmember Hernandez.
Yes.
Councilmember McQueen Lejeune.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Perez.
Yes.
Motion passes 3-1. Councilmember Gama voting no.
Let's move on to city manager. Okay. I was able to hear. City manager comments and reports. Mr. City Manager, do you have any comments or reports to share?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I have a few things, a couple good things coming up, and then just a couple notices. First, and we have this information on our website and recreation page, but we have Saturday, October 7th, we have the Touch a Truck event coming up. And so we have information on this in both English and Spanish on our website, but it's Touch a Truck, Saturday, October 7th, 11 a.m. to 3 p.m. Admission is free. It's not only can kids go out and see, touch, and learn about trucks and vehicles, but there's also going to be arts and crafts, food vendors, music, and much more. This event really surprised me at how popular it was last year, and we think it's going to grow from there. So we're encouraging everybody to come on out for that on Saturday, October 7th. Couple other quick things, short preview of the next council meeting. We have the Cannabis Development Agreement reviews coming back to council. And so we expect most of the agenda will be, most of the business items will be related to those development agreement reviews and other cannabis related items. There's a couple permits and things. So that'll be the next, sort of the main topics at the next council meeting. Additionally, we had a couple pieces of feedback we had our Measure U committee meeting, and I think it was a really good meeting, our Sales Tax Oversight Committee meeting. We went through the things that were funded using the tax last year, and then we started to talk sort of big picture about the vision for how this is going to work in the future, and using the board more proactively to start providing input prior to a budget year rather than just feedback after a budget year. And so we had that meeting last week. I think the video is on our website for anybody interested, and we're hoping to start having those more regularly and have them get into some of the detail. Last, we have a road closure that I just wanted to let people know about, and we'll post this on our website as well, but it's going to begin tomorrow night for 3 nights at the number 2 lane southbound on Ventura Road at Channel Islands Boulevard will be closed. This is an area where I believe in the past we had some issues related to some of the storm drains in that area, and they're popping back up again. So it's a City of Oxnard storm drain, but we end up sort of working together out there to fix the issues and prevent problems like sinkholes and things like that. So there's going to be a closure the next 3 nights where we're working on trying to fix that. Maybe less if it goes well, but we expect it to be the next 3 nights. So we'll post that on the website. And with that, those are my 4 updates today.
Thank you, City Manager. Councilmember reports and comments. Councilmember Martha McQueen.
Couple of things. Looking forward to be my first year, so I'm pretty excited. I'm hosting a table, so already getting my china ready. On Wednesday, I'll be participating in the United Water Conservation District, a tour. So we'll be going to the Saticoy facility that is located at the Freeman Diversion. So looking forward to that. Had a great time at the Banana Festival this weekend.
Councilmember McQueen, I'm sorry. Yes.
The port did a great job in putting that together. Finally, I want to just thank the city manager. I really appreciate your detailed and clear presentations and how you're communicating out to us and out to the community. So just really appreciate that. Thank you so much. And that's all that I have.
Thank you. I have a quick little PowerPoint that's going to be pulled up here real quickly. So we participated in the California Coastal Cleanup, and it was very well attended. We had several groups. I think between the port and Arnold Road, there must have been close to 500 volunteers that were out there. And so every year when we do the California Coastal Cleanup, we head to the seasonal habitat fence that you see circled here. And the reason why we do that is because that is the snowy plover nesting ground. Oh, okay. So that's the snowy plover nesting ground. And there's so much trash out there that we have to use dumpsters and heavy equipment to get out there. And over the years, we've removed probably 50 or more 3-yard dumpsters of rubbish. And how do I advance this? Okay. So as you all know, that we've seen this before beginning in 2017. The encampments, the trash, it all ends in the lagoon. The rains come and it comes out here, and a lot of the trash gets distributed in the habitat area. And so we wait till the end of the nesting season, and then California Coastal Cleanup comes and we drive all these dumpsters down there so we could fill them up. And we've been doing this now for 6, maybe 7 years. And if we weren't doing that, the habitat area would be 3 feet deep in trash. I mean, it's crazy the amount of rubbish that makes it out there. So earlier this week, we got a letter from Fish and Game, was it, or the Wild,
Fish
right?
and Wildlife.
You know, telling us, no, you can't take heavy equipment out there. And it's like, okay, well, if we can't, because that's how we get the trash out of there, guys. And it's very, very bad. And so if we can't take heavy equipment out there anymore, then what's going to happen? How are we going to take care of it? I mean, the trash level is it's incredibly bad. So, you know, syringes, I mean, these are all different aspects of it, but the bottom line is that when that water flows through the Ormond Lagoon, all that trash ends up in the nesting area, and that's where we come in every year to go get it out of there. And we've been doing it, and we've been doing a really good job. And so I'm really disappointed. You know, we saved a pelican that was ironically stuck in a fence that the Audubon Society put there, and luckily we were there and we were able to save him. But we also mistakenly went into a sensitive area, and so the politics of beach cleanup now is like, well, you're being reckless, and we're not being reckless. We just made a mistake. But if we're not out there doing this, then who's going to do it? And so the question is to Fish and Game, the city of Oxnard, all of us that care about the environment, how are we going to deal with this? I mean, I would love it if we didn't have to go out there to pick up this level of garbage. And it's if you're for the environment, then you have to be for the environment. And I do believe the city of Oxnard, I've sent them all these photographs. I was out there with former Mayor Tim Flynn, and he just couldn't believe it. But hopefully we could begin to work together to protect the nesting area from all this rubbish. And with this latest edict, I don't know how we're going to deal with the trash that accumulates out there in the nesting area. So when the rains come, we know what's going to happen. And I just hope that we could get together with the city of Oxnard and figure out how we could address this issue. Now, yes, we are the city of Port Hueneme. Why are you getting in Oxnard? Well, we share an environment, and the time is now. We need to find a way to clean this up so that we don't have to go out there with heavy equipment. And as it looks now that we can't do that anymore. So it's a real difficult question, and I think we all need to figure out. And it's important for Hueneme because this garbage, if not picked up, will end up on Hueneme Beach. That's all I have.
Councilmember Hernandez?
Thank you, Mayor. I've been attending all my committee meetings. I was at the California League of Cities Conference last week, and it was very informative. And I especially appreciated the networking among all the Ventura County cities while I was there. Got to meet with a lot of people from Ventura, from Camarillo, Thousand Oaks, and that we see each other at meetings, but we don't get a chance to really socialize and have discussions about what's going on in each other's cities. So it was, I think, of great benefit to have attended that event or conference in Sacramento. Coastal cleanup went really well. We collected over 3,600 pounds of trash in the dumpsters. That was between the number of groups that were out there, Bennett's office, Coastal Keepers, Port of Hueneme, and I think there was another group out there. They all put trash into our bins. So we don't really know how much we collected alone, but it was a cooperative effort all together with all these groups. And that's what I reported on our sheet, was that 3,600 pounds were collected. And we had, I don't know if I mentioned this, 147 volunteers. So it was a good event and a good turnout. I also attended the Beacon meeting as an alternate. Beacon meetings are always good. They always do excellent presentations. So I appreciated being able to sit in on that one. Other than that, I don't have anything else to report. Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem Perez?
I attended my committee meetings, but no details really relevant to here in Hueneme. So I will save you guys from going through all the details.
Yeah, I don't think I have much to report. Um, Are there any requests for future agenda items?
I think there was a request from a constituent who wanted us to invite Vanessa Frank to come and talk about the social justice swap meet, which is of great benefit to our residents. We were talking about the rent stabilization and people needing access to legal help. This is a good resource for situations where people need to consult with an attorney because they have attorneys on hand that folks can talk to. And they're at the last Sunday of every month. And I think what um, Councilmember Martha McQueen Lejean suggests is that we invite them to do a presentation, and that if we have additional information, they can come back and be on the agenda.
To come and do their public comments, use the 3 minutes to do a public comment, so we at least have an idea. Go ahead.
So I don't have an agenda item. We didn't get a chance to talk about it, but
No, we just suggested that she come and do a public comment for 3 minutes so that we all understand what the service is, and then we can determine if we wanted her to come.
okay.
Okay,
So-
so there's no request.
Okay.
It's not a request?
Nope.
Mayor Pro Tem, is there a request? Okay. I did just want to mention that I think our new city manager has been doing a great job, and our staff has been doing a great job. Everything with like public works, finances, our attorney, our city clerk, the entire staff. Just I want to let you guys know that we appreciate you guys very much.
James' wife.
Yeah, she was great at coastal cleanup. Tell her thank you.
And
Good
also,
organizer.
For her patience and allowing you to stay all the hours you do.
Oh, yeah, that too.
and the Banana Festival was great Saturday too. So I'd like to adjourn the meeting. The time is now 9:44 p.m. The next regular meeting is scheduled for Monday, October 16, 2023 at 6:30 p.m. Everybody get home safe. Get some good night's rest.